Honourable members, the prayer. Lord, the God of righteousness and truth, grant to our King, to his government, to members of the Legislative Assembly, and to all in positions of responsibility, the guidance of your Spirit. May they never lead the province wrongly through love of power, desire to please, or unworthy ideas, but laying aside all private interest and prejudice, keep in mind their responsibility to seek to improve the condition of all. Please be seated.
Introduction of visitors.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Glenmore has a school to introduce.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to introduce to you and through you grade 6 students from the Calgary Jewish Academy in the beautiful riding of Calgary-Glenmore. Please rise and get the warm reception of the Assembly.
The Honourable Member for Red Deer South.
Mr. Speaker, today is a good day to introduce students from Red Deer's Escuela Vista School learning the great language of Spanish. Please rise and receive the warm welcome of the Assembly.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Slava Ukraini. The students from St. Teresa Catholic School are here visiting. The grade 6 students and their teacher are here. It's a Ukrainian bilingual program with students that are here settled from Ukraine. So please offer them the warm welcome of the Assembly.
The Honourable the Minister of Immigration and Multiculturalism.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honor and pleasure for me to rise today to introduce to you and through you to all members of the House, my guest, Conrad Save, President and CEO of the Canadian Red Cross, as well as Drew Palmer, Vice President for Alberta and Northwest Territory. The Canadian Red Cross has been a pillar of support in Alberta, aiding with Ukrainian evacuees, Syrian refugees, COVID-19 response, Fort McMurray fire, floods, as well as Southern Alberta floods. I am honored to have been a volunteer for the Red Cross. I would like my guest to please rise and be recognized by
the Honourable Member for Lesser Slave Lake.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honor to rise today and introduce to you and through you some amazing people who joined us here today, some people who helped on my campaign, Colton, Sonia, and Travis, and last but not least, his son James, who is another Indigenous athlete like myself, who I'm cheering for and very, very happy they're here. Please rise and accept the warm welcome to the Assembly.
The Honourable the Chief Government Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad to rise today and introduce to you and through you Ms. Risha Patel. Risha is an exemplary entrepreneur who has set up a wellness brand called Soul to Soul and supports women aspiring in their own franchise. And I also noticed a couple other folks here. I've got Michelle, and I've got Derwin, and I've got Sarah and friends. Would you also please stand up and receive the warm welcome of the Assembly?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, it is my pleasure to introduce to you and through you Stephen Sang and his family, daughter Megan Sang and wife Brenda Chan. Stephen is a respected community leader, acupuncturist, calligrapher, and public servant. He is the past president of the Edmonton Chinese Bilingual Association and longtime volunteer and organizer in Chinatown and across the city. Please rise to receive the warm welcome of this Assembly.
The Honourable Member for Camrose.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad to rise today and introduce to you and through you the Garvey Gujarat Association of Canada. The organization has been making significant contributions to the community for several years. Their executive team has joined us today, led by Rakesh Patel. Please rise and receive the traditional warm welcome of the Chamber.
The Honourable Member for Calgary East.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to rise today and introduce to you and through you my guest from the Calgary East constituency, Ricardo Asensio, Alejandra Hernandez, and Andrea Hernandez. I ask them to please stand and receive the warm welcome of the House.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Foothills.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to introduce to you and through you to all members of the Assembly, Guru Nanak Free Kitchen, serving Calgary and area since September 2022, with almost 500 meals to people every Sunday. Jasprit Parmar, Sandeep Singh, Lovedeep Singh, Gagandeep Singh, Avandir Singh, Saros Kunkun, Lakbir Singh, Gurcharan Singh, please rise and receive the traditional warm welcome of the Assembly.
The Honourable Deputy Premier, the Minister of Public Safety.
with us today are two representatives from the American Public Works Association Alberta chapter. Michelle Tetreault chairs the North American Emergency Management Committee, and Darwin Durney is the former Canadian Public Works President. Today I ask the colleagues to please rise and receive the traditional warm welcome to the Assembly.
The Honourable Member for Livingston-McLeod has an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad to rise today and introduce to you and through you Mr. Ashok Patel. Mr. Patel is one of the founders of Garvey Gugrath Association. Gugrathi East Indian Diaspora, which this association represents, is one of the fastest growing communities in Edmonton. Mr. Patel, please rise and receive the traditional warm welcome of the Assembly.
Are there others? The Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to introduce to you and through you to all members of the Assembly, my dear friends Doug Caswell and Al Simmons. Mr. Caswell is a Queen's Platinum Jubilee Medal recipient, a great Albertan, and above all else, Mr. Speaker, my dear friend. Please rise and receive the warm welcome of this Assembly.
The Honourable Member for Banff-Kananaskis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise and introduce to you and through you my two favorite Albertans, and without whose love and support I wouldn't be here today. My mom, Christine Elmaligi, and my husband, Jesse Doherty. They for sure think all my questions are the best. Yeah. Please rise and receive the warm welcome of the Assembly.
The Honourable Member for Leduc-Beaumont.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to introduce to you and through you a good friend of mine, Cole Kander. I know that Cole is also friends with many of my colleagues. Most importantly, Cole was my campaign manager last year during the election. I'd like to thank him for his hard work and dedication and ask him to please rise and receive the warm welcome of the Assembly.
Are there others?
Ministerial statements. Member statements.
The Honourable Member for Chestermere-Strathmore has a statement to make.
Mr. Speaker, Alberta is the land of economic opportunity, and our province continues to build vital partnerships with jurisdictions around the world. We have learned many times that our province cannot be solely reliant on the federal government to explore new horizons and develop new partnerships for our province. That's why our Premier went to COP28 this past year to share with the world Alberta's solutions to global energy challenges. This past weekend, the Premier traveled to Anchorage, Alaska to attend the Alaska Sustainable Energy Conference. Alberta and Alaska share a number of priorities, and we are always interested in looking at ways we can partner on our common goals, like establishing economic corridors for energy and transportation. We are both advancing the energy solutions of tomorrow, and we know we have to create the conditions for a diverse energy mix, one that includes everything from oil and gas to carbon capture, utilization and storage, to small modular reactors to renewables. Our mutual years of technological innovation and industry expertise means we will continue to capitalize on opportunities to support the energy market of the future. During this trip, the Premier forged new alliances and partnerships with key stakeholders within government, industry, and Indigenous communities, including with Alaskan Governor Mike Dunleavy, as they discussed ways we can increase business ties and leverage our mutual expertise in energy production. While the federal government continues to scare away investment and create economic uncertainty, Alberta's government, under the leadership of our Premier, continues to form new partnerships because we are determined to make the most of our economic opportunities for the benefit of all of Canada. Mr. Speaker, I'm excited about what the future holds for Alaska and Alberta as we build upon this crucial relationship. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Northwest has a statement to make.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After 5 years of this UCP, I can say that we have never seen a government quite like this one. And while I still wouldn't dream of
Order. The honourable members will know of the long-standing tradition of member statements being able to be delivered uninterrupted. The honourable member for Edmonton Northwest has a statement to make.
Well, Mr. Speaker, after 5 years of this UCP government that still hasn't learned the rules of the House, I can say that we have never seen a government quite like this one. And while I would not dream of breaking into song, to paraphrase the great Marvin Gaye, I just have to ask, what the heck is going on? Let's recap just what happened in just 1 week over at the government benches. We have a member opposite organizing an anti-science event, supported by the Premier, full of quacks, discredited doctors, and so much information, misinformation, the event promoter website refuses to sell tickets to it. And we just can't wait to see this government so entitled that they cannot wait to get out of this House and run roughshod over our local municipal governments. It's a government that wants to ensure that the UCP ideology gets funded at universities after 5 years of defunding those same universities. Wow. It's a government led by a premier who has found to have broken the Alberta ethics laws and then turns around and appoints her own former employee, a UCP partisan, as the next ethics commissioner. We have a government demanding praise for stepping in after abandoning patients left in motel rooms by a bad faith provider. If they hadn't ignored the warnings in the first place or the complaints, those same patients would have never ended up in motels. We have a government led by wild rosers who are so entitled they hand over taxpayer dollars to their friends and insiders with such ease you would easily confuse them with the 4-decade-old PC dynasty once that they had claimed to oppose. Mr. Speaker, all of this chaos while the Alberta advantage is slipping through this government's hands. People are paying more, earning less, and falling further behind. Albertans deserve better than this ongoing entitled UCP train wreck. Albertans deserve a better government.
Point of order is noted at 1:41. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Lougheed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When Albertans go to work in the morning, many take it for granted that they will return home without injury. Unfortunately, it's not always the case, and workplace injuries have the potential to profoundly impact workers and employers' lives. When an incident does occur, Alberta's Workers' Compensation Board, the WCB, steps in to provide benefits, programs, and services to help injured workers return to work and support them during their recovery. While the WCB reports to the Minister of Jobs, Economy and Trade for administrative and accountability purposes, the WCB is an arm's-length independent body making independent decisions in compliance with the Workers' Compensation Act. This is no small task. In 2023 alone, the WCB received more than 128,000 new claims, of which over 90% were accepted. Despite this workload, the WCB staff have done an amazing job with an 86% client satisfaction rating and have made significant progress in reducing medical review and appeal timelines and improving the overall responsiveness of the workers' compensation system. When disagreements arise, workers have options and resources, including to escalate to a manager or a supervisor, the Dispute Resolution and Decision Review Body, the Fair Process Review Centre, and the Independent Appeals Commission. At the same time, we recognize that no system is perfect. This week, the Minister of Jobs, Economy and Trade met with injured workers to hear their experiences, concerns, and recommendations on how to further improve the WCB. Injured workers and employers deserve service that is respectful, fair, and timely. Our government is committed to delivering just that and on ensuring that injured workers have a voice in the continuous improvement of our workers' compensation system.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Castle Downs.
Mr. Speaker, you aren't heroes for fixing a problem you created. This was an email that was sent to the office of the Minister of Seniors and the Minister of Health over the motel medicine debacle that unfolded under their watch. A situation that saw 27 people left in motel rooms instead of getting the care that they were promised. A stroke patient was left at the Leduc Travel Lodge in a room that didn't accommodate his wheelchair, where he had difficulty accessing the washroom, and where he was fed fast food. It was a horrifying situation, but one that we didn't need to witness. We learned that in January, those ministers were warned that the provider wasn't meeting basic needs or medical needs of the people under their care. Their offices organized calls, developed a response that involved telling those involved that they couldn't help, but told them to call 211. Then we had the farce of a blame game, when one minister passing the buck to another, and we know that this wasn't the only complaint. The family of a man under the care of this same provider stated that they had been raising concerns for over a year. Over a year. The UCP aren't heroes. If they had done their job, maybe no Albertan would have ended up in a motel disguised as a care home. But who could forget how the Premier campaigned for the leadership of the UCP, claiming that motel rooms would be a more appropriate place for long-term patients. But while the UCP start up the blame game again, they should go back and read that email. The sender has some sage words. So to quote them now, once the dust settles and you all finish blaming each other, maybe you can ensure Albertans don't fall through the cracks that the UCP have created. True words, Mr. Speaker. Albertans deserve better.
Hear, hear.
Honourable member for Lacombe-Panoka has a statement to make.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. Cowboy Christmas, maybe. For Albertans, this really gets underway with the Panoka Stampede, slated for June 25th to July 1st. With nearly $1 million in prize money, this year's top cowboys and cowgirls will give their all for nearly 90,000 fans cheering them on. This will be the 88th consecutive edition of the annual event, going back to 1936, although the event's history reaches further back into the 20s. As many previous MLAs have pointed out, the Panoka Stampede is much more than one of the 5 largest and best-run rodeos on planet Earth. It's also a major tourism draw, a rural cultural celebration of our shared history, and a family tradition that truly pulls together our community. Earlier this month, I had a chance to meet the best of the best chuck wagon drivers at the Stampede Tarp Auction. This included Chance Vegan and his crew, who are coming off of an incredible year. Chance won his first World Championship as a driver, as well as 3 shows, including Panoka, where he swept all 6 first-place day monies, breaking a 62-year record in the process. The son of Mike Vegan and grandson of legend Ralph Vegan, Chance and his team understand the importance of preparation. Chuck wagon championships are won in the off-season, when horses are selected and trained. They're also won over a span of decades as parents raise their children to love and cherish their animals. The organizers of the Panoka Stampede certainly know the importance of preparation, especially the recruitment of volunteers. This year's event will rely on the hard work of about 800 sets of helping hands from the local region and across Alberta. These folks know the value of giving back to the community and preserving our Western heritage. On behalf of this Assembly, I want to recognize the efforts of all those who support the Panoka Stampede, making it the best event of its kind in North America. Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary Northeast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every single person in this chamber had a different journey to get here. My journey started as an international student, hoping to come to Alberta to build a life for myself and my family, a dream shared by many who want to come to this province. Unfortunately, international students in Alberta are going through a very tough time with limited resources. There is currently a massive backlog in the provincial nomination program, as thousands of post-graduation work permit holders are waiting for months to get their nominations. Timelines change without notice, and the rules can change at any time with no warning. Despite Alberta's need for skilled workers, the UCP failed to secure an increase in immigration quotas and paused immigration programs. Now, many who used to have a clear path to residency are looking into visitor visas or applying for asylum or as refugees. And there are some who try to exploit these struggles through selling illegal LMIAs. Delays mean post-graduation work permits for international students are expiring, leaving them with limited options after they have already paid 3 times the fees of local students. Other provinces have taken proactive steps to negotiate with the federal government to increase quotas and extend work permits. This government's inaction on immigration and provincial nominations show complete indifference to the livelihoods, dreams, and aspirations of people seeking opportunities in Alberta. These are people who are working hard to contribute to our economy and give back to their community. It is time for this government to treat people with dignity and respect, take action on immigration backlogs, build a better nomination system to promote talent and secure Alberta's future prosperity, and show appreciation for those people who want to live and work in this province.
Here.
Presenting reports by standing and special committees, presenting petitions, notices of motions.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to provide oral notice of Government Motion 41 sponsored by myself, which reads as follows. Be resolved that when further consideration of Bill 22, Health Statutes Amendment Act 2024 is resumed, not more than 1 hour shall be allotted to any further consideration of the bill in second reading, at which time every question necessary for the disposal of the bill at this stage shall be put forthwith.
Order, order, order. Honourable members, the time is 1:50 and that makes it oral question period. And the Leader of His Majesty's Loyal Opposition has question 1.
Mr. Speaker, in the last 5 years, Alberta schools have had to deal with growing enrollment, inflation, and increasingly complex classrooms. But according to a report by the Calgary Board of Education, the UCP has not increased per-student funding since taking over from our NDP government. The ATA says the government is failing a generation of students through its chronic underfunding of public education, and they are correct. To the Premier, what will it take for her government to reverse course on their attack against our public education?
The Honourable the Premier.
Why, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we know that the last 5 years have seen a lot of turmoil in our province. First of all, we had year after year, quarter after quarter, of people leaving this province under the former government, and then we had 2 years worth of COVID where we had a lot of disruption in school. We did not see the number of people coming into our province. We ended up with a surprise last year, 200,000 people coming into our province, and as a result, we have now increased our funding for education to the highest level it's ever been, $9.3 billion.
The Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Well, in direct contradiction to those assertions, Mr. Speaker, quote, in fact, funding per student has not yet returned to the levels last seen in 2018-19. That's not me, that's the Board of Education from Calgary. The board now has to dig deep into their reserve fund to make up for $2.6 million deficit that the UCP has created for them. To the Premier. While enrollment is pushing our schools over capacity, why is she underfunding them to the absolute breaking point?
Yes. The Honourable the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Calgary Board of Education is projected to be funded to the tune of nearly $1.4 billion this year when it comes to operating funds. That's an $85 million increase next year, and they have chosen to supplement that from the reserves. They've got $16 million in reserves. In fact, we've got school boards with over $600 million in reserves across the 66 school boards, and this is what it's for, is to be able to identify short-term pressures and be able to address them on their own, and they have the means to do so.
Hear the Opposition.
6 years of underfunding is not a short-term pressure, Mr. Speaker. Now, the Premier needs to stop patting herself on the back and get a grip on the reality of her government's record. Schools that have been announced but not built, massive cuts to students with individual learning needs, and the lowest per capita funding in the country. To the Premier, the facts, the numbers, the outcomes are undeniable. When will she step up and focus on something that's actually her job, funding the education of the next generation of Albertans?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The funding formula we put in place was to be able to provide stability to the very school boards when they were facing decline in student enrollment, and it worked. Then with the disruption that happened during COVID, they actually received more money on a per capita basis, per student basis, which allowed them to increase their reserves. As I mentioned, the reserves are up over $600 million right now. We have done additional amounts to be able to address enrollment pressures, additional amounts to address mental health pressures. We will be building schools, so there'll be additional investment in both capital and operating, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition for a second set of questions.
Lowest funding in Canada. Now, while the Premier is playing keep away when it comes to public education, Alberta students could get more funding if they were part of the Premier's Insiders Club. Yep. Along with the Minister of Energy, she gave her close friend and former Wild Rose Party President David Yeager over $200,000 taxpayer dollars in sole source contracts without competition or transparency. To the Premier, she has called sole source contracts alarming, appalling, and a danger zone. Do those descriptions not apply when it's her entitled cronyism?
The Honourable the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We followed the same rules the NDP did when they were in government. In 2016, the NDP awarded a $500,000 sole source contract to a former BC NDP MLA to support a legal case. I guess there weren't any lawyers available in Alberta. And at the time, the member from Glenora, who was the Deputy Premier at the time, says a sole source contract isn't a bad thing if you're picking the best person to actually move forward the contract. I can tell you, Dave Yeager is the best person. Over 50 years of experience in upstream oil and gas, longtime writer and commentator, founder, executive director of many businesses. He's the right man for
the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Most importantly, he's the Premier's good friend. Right. Now, in addition to the $260,000 to Mr. Yeager for unexplained services and unreleased reports, the Premier gave her leadership campaign manager over $140,000 in sole source contracts. Preston Manning got a $250,000 no-bid contract, and a former Conservative staffer got one for $50,000. To the Premier, who once said, quote, "When you sole source, taxpayers get ripped off. Why is it that she's entitled to rip off taxpayers?"
The Honourable the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, to quote the members opposite, a sole source contract isn't a bad thing when you're picking the best person to actually move forward the contract. Unlike what they did when they chose Sephora Berman to be on the Oil Sands Advisory Group, who compared the oil sands to Mordor, or Karen Mann, also on the Oil Sands Advisory Group, who roped herself to a Kinder Morgan barge to protest Trans Mountain, or Ed Whittingham with the energy regulator, who advocated for policies that killed Energy East. Mr. Speaker, we are choosing people who move Alberta forward, not backward. Like
Order, the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
None of those people got the hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars this Premier's giving away now. The Premier herself once said, and I quote, "There's just no way for you to have the competitive tension that keeps prices down if you only have one provider." So to the Premier, we don't agree on much, but we once agreed on the high cost Albertans were paying for Conservative Tory land, cronyism and entitlement. So why does she now think she's entitled to her own entitlements and the same Tory land cronyism?
The Honourable the Premier.
A long-time Saskatchewan NDP cabinet minister hired for lived experience advice, $25,000 to Pat Atkinson. Mr. Speaker, look, we can justify every person who we hire by this government because we are, to quote the members opposite, we are making sure we are picking the best person to actually move forward with the contract.
Order. The Honourable the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In a small number of cases, being able to identify the best person for the job quickly to be able to move forward on what it is that we need to achieve is what we do from time to time. We followed all the same rules that the members opposite did, and we're going to very rarely use this, but we're going to make sure.
Order. If the Leader of the Opposition wants to ask another question, she can do so now. If not, we'll proceed to the Honourable Member for Calgary-Glenmore.
The Premier and the Energy Minister once opposed the old Tory land style of politics and cronyism. In 2015, the Energy Minister stated that he was afraid of a PC government being re-elected. But after only a few years, this government is acting with the entitlement and the arrogance of the 40-year-old PC government. On Friday, the UCP revealed their own former Wildrose Party President, David Yeager, was awarded with yet another $136,000 for a sole source contract. Can the Minister inform the House what professional services he'll be providing for this massive paycheck?
The Honourable the Minister of Energy and Minerals.
Mr. Speaker, I always like getting questions from the NDP about credentials and qualifications and resumes, because I often have seen all the NDP appointments. What you need to be able to do, Mr. Speaker, is hold a placard and protest things that mean a lot to people. Now, Mr. Speaker, we don't hire those people anymore for expertise advice. What we hire is the best people for the job, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Yeager, well, he's the best person for this job.
Order. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Glenmore.
What are the professional services. This isn't the first time the Premier has awarded David Yeager big bucks. Previously, over $140,000 in no-bid contracts. 2 of those contracts were for secret reports Albertans can't get their hands on. Now she's handed over $136,000 from her own office that he did not have to compete for. The Energy Minister, as a Wild Rose leader, vowed to, quote, limit this type of sole source cronyism across government. Will the minister remember his old promise? What changed his mind about giving
The Honourable the Minister of Energy and Minerals.
From miracle to menace, Mr. Speaker. Now, you may think I'm talking about the NDP win to come to this place and form government, but I'm not, Mr. Speaker. I'm talking about one of the best books that have ever been written on oil and gas, Mr. Speaker. And you know who that book was written by? David Yeager.
Order. The Honourable Minister of Energy.
To start again, Mr. Speaker, because miracle to menace really does describe the NDP government, Mr. Speaker, when they come to power. But the truth is, Dave Yeager is an excellent author. He's a writer, Mr. Speaker, with 50 years of experience in oil and gas. Mr. Speaker, Albertans, oil and gas experts, have been reading what David Yeager has written for a long time. He gets it right, Mr. Speaker. He's the best person for the job.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Glenmore.
The Premier's campaign manager received hundreds of thousands of dollars in no-bid contracts. Her pal, Kristen Manning, got hundreds of thousands in a single no-bid contract. The Premier's former caucus mates and now her former party president have been handed hundreds of thousands of taxpayer dollars. The Energy Minister once said, contracts like these, quote, smell of corruption and cronyism 100%. Will the Energy Minister explain the speed of his transformation from idealistic wild roser to Toryland insider?
The Honourable the Minister of Energy.
Well, I never took that transition, Mr. Speaker. What I did do is live through 4 years of NDP rule, and that was a disaster. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you this, that with 50 years of experience, Mr. Yeager went from rig hand to manager to owner, Mr. Speaker, the service industry expert. He is a person that actually gets the job. And Mr. Speaker, the leaders opposite are correct. He did take a pay cut to take this job for the government. We appreciate his public service.
Order, order, order. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Gold Bar will come to order. So nice to have you close. The Honourable Member for Edmonton South has a question.
Mr. Speaker, it's been more than 10 days since university officials called in riot police to evict peaceful student demonstrators from our 2 largest university campuses. Students and their families deserve answers and accountability. The Minister of Advanced Education said in this House on 2 occasions that ACERT has started its investigation, but ACERT has not released any information about it. Has the government launched an ACERT investigation into the disproportionate police response, and if not, why not?
The Honourable the Minister of Public Safety, the Deputy Premier.
You know, Mr. Speaker, I know it's difficult for the members opposite to understand, but we actually don't interfere with independent organizations. ACERT is an independent organization. I know they want us to interfere. They don't know. They come in.
The Deputy Premier.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, ACERT certainly has this file. They're conducting their preliminary investigation, and the work is well underway. We have to trust the process that ACERT is going through right now.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton South has a question.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Advanced Education knows she has the power to launch an additional investigation into why universities and their Board of Governors called in the riot police on peaceful student demonstration. But to this point, she has chosen not to do so. Student advocacy has been the cornerstone of free speech in this province. Other examples of this didn't have riot police called on them, but here, students calling on a more peaceful world did. Why won't the minister use her power to launch her own investigation?
Will the Minister of Advanced Education.
Mr. Speaker, as the Minister of Public Safety just mentioned, an ACERT review has been launched, and that was precipitated on concerns that were brought about by community members. And if any more information comes to light which requires further investigation, we will take appropriate action.
Good answer. Good answer.
The honourable member for Edmonton South.
Mr. Speaker, the calls for accountability and justice from our post-secondary institutions continue. In an open letter from Black faculty members at the U of A, professors say that the riot police deployed on student demonstrators are, quote, violation of the university's stated commitments to equity, diversity, and inclusion. The minister should be very concerned to hear professors call this out. Will this minister actually listen to concerned faculty members, take accountability for upholding their commitments, and ensure free speech is protected on our campuses?
The Honourable the Minister of Advanced Education.
Mr. Speaker, of course freedom of speech is constitutionally enshrined and it's protected, and we uphold those freedoms, the freedom to protest, the freedom to demonstrate, and I have read the letters from faculty, and that is why this ACERT review was launched. And of course, universities do have the right to enforce their standard protocols. So they have done that. The review has been launched, and if there's anything that comes forward that requires additional investigation, we will undertake that investigation.
The honourable member for Calgary Varsity has a question to ask.
Mr. Speaker, according to the Alberta Medical Association, it takes, on average, up to 13 weeks to be assessed by a radiation oncologist and up to 8 weeks to be assessed by a medical oncologist in Alberta. The target is 4 weeks. 40% of the top 5 cancer surgeries are performed outside the recommended target times. There are not enough oncologists, and compensation is not competitive with other provinces, particularly BC. Delayed cancer treatment may lead to death. So what is the minister doing to correct this situation?
The Honourable the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a cancer survivor myself, I've had eye cancer, and I know how important it is to get timely diagnosis and timely treatment. So, Mr. Speaker, right now I know that the CPSA, the number of oncologists in Alberta, did grow from March of 31st of 2015 from 107 to by 33% to 142 in March 31st of 2024. Currently, we have 17.2 FTE Cancer Alberta physicians that have been recruited with various start dates, and we're going to recruit more, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Calgary Varsity.
Given that the college registration website does not reflect working oncologists, only 17 new oncologists were actually recruited over the last 5 years, and most replaced others. We actually have only 5 more oncologists than we had in 2018, and most of them are not here yet. Given that the Alberta population has increased by at least 9% during this period, that is not enough. We also need to increase health funding to hire more oncologists and the teams that work with them. What does the minister plan to do to get life-saving?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is ongoing recruitment, as I indicated, and also, Mr. Speaker, there are ongoing negotiations with all of the oncologists that the member opposite has mentioned. In fact, Mr. Speaker, we have 3 oncologists that have already started or will start by June 1st. We also have 5 additional starting on July of 2024, another 4 in August, another 3 in September, 1 in October, 1 in January of 2025, and 2 others currently awaiting licensure before they can start. Mr. Speaker, we are going to continue. BC was way behind us, and that's why they need 60 more.
The order. The honourable member for Calgary Varsity is the only one with the call.
Given that all of those people mentioned that are coming are replacements, except for the total of 5 new since 2018, but given also that there's no additional treatment space in the Cross Cancer Centre, and that the Stollery, which is at the same site, will eventually move out and maybe make space for cancer care and their teams, what does the minister plan to do to provide treatment space? And will the minister acknowledge that Edmonton actually needs the South Edmonton Hospital to provide care space?
The Honourable the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The members opposite just don't want to listen to the facts, but the fact is, Mr. Speaker, we are hiring more oncologists. We are actually hiring, it actually will be a net gain of 7.7 new FTE positions. We're going to continue to recruit because by the CCA, which is the Cancer Care Alberta, by their own sites, they only have 4.9 vacancies that they haven't recruited into, and we're going to continue to make sure that we get people into that those positions. Mr. Speaker, we're continuing to work with the U of A and the U of C to make sure that we have more students in those much-needed spaces, but this is an ongoing process, and we're going to continue to...
The honourable member for Grande Prairie has a question.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Having a strong education system is vital for the success of our province, and our government is committed to ensuring that every student has the support they need to thrive academically so they can step into life after school with confidence. And this is being done not only by making record investments into the education system, but by developing a curriculum that will modernize the education system to fit the needs of today while empowering students to chase their dreams. To the Minister of Education, how will this new draft K-6 social studies curriculum set students up for success?
The Minister of Education.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The new draft K-6 social studies curriculum is ready to be piloted. It'll help set students up for success in a number of different ways. First and foremost, it'll ensure students learn and develop a robust understanding of history. Our current content does not include a lot of historical information, and so that's being updated. In addition, the updated curriculum will strengthen critical thinking skills, which are essential to students' lifelong success. And there's more changes, but those are the main ones, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Grande Prairie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that the new draft K-6 curriculum will build students' critical thinking skills while empowering them to be engaged citizens, and given that the content in the new draft curriculum will help students build their understanding of diversity across Canada and across the world, including learning about the history, contributions, and perspectives of First Nations, Métis, Inuit, and Francophone communities, and given that this is content and material that is important to teach province-wide, to the Minister of Education, how widespread will the piloting of the new draft K-6 social studies curriculum be?
The Honourable Minister of Education.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm excited to update the House and announce that we've received expressions of interest from 51 school divisions across the province to help test and pilot the new K-6 social studies curriculum. The piloting process is incredibly important because, of course, it'll allow teachers to test the curriculum in our classrooms. The piloting will commence in September of 2024 and run the duration of the school year. We'll be collecting information as we go through that school year to see where we can make additional modifications.
Honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that 51 school authorities from across the province have put themselves forward to pilot the curriculum, and given that this includes Francophone, public, separate, First Nations, and charter school authorities, and given that the minister will be supporting these school authorities by providing flexibility in piloting, and given that teachers also play a key role in the piloting, to the Minister of Education, how will this government ensure teachers have the supports they need to pilot the draft curriculum?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, there are a number of things that we're doing to help ensure that teachers have the support that they need to pilot the new curriculum. Budget 24 sets aside $23 million to help support piloting and curriculum implementation. In addition, resources are available online to assist teachers that choose to pilot. And as well, other professional learning professional development opportunities are available to teachers to help ensure that they can pilot with success.
The honourable member for Edmonton Riverview has a question to ask.
Calgary currently has the highest rate of inflation among major Canadian cities. Alberta seniors all over the province continue to struggle with paying for their daily necessities. It is long overdue that the UCP takes action to alleviate this crisis. Will the minister explain why this government is doing nothing to address the affordability crisis seniors are facing in our province?
The Honourable the Minister of Seniors, Community and Social Services.
Well, Mr. Speaker, nothing could be further from the truth. This government's actually taking action. A lot of the action that we're doing right now, Mr. Speaker, is actually clean up that honourable member's mess when she was the Minister of Seniors, Mr. Speaker, where they invested in no affordable housing, invested in no capital maintenance and renewal when it came to seniors, raised the rates when it came to seniors, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Seniors, Community and Social Services.
The honourable members asked me to table my budget. I already did when it passed the legislature, Mr. Speaker, and unfortunately the NDP voted against it, and it had record amount of spending for seniors, Mr. Speaker. So I think that speaks for itself when it comes to which side the legislature is standing with seniors, Mr. Speaker. We're going to continue to stand with the people that built our province.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverview.
Given that we invested $1.2 billion in affordable housing when the NDP was government, and that this government has only put in a quarter of that, and given that seniors are struggling to make ends meet, and given that seniors of all financial backgrounds are having to cut back on food purchases, especially fresh produce, as the price of essential goods double, and given that seniors who are renting or paying mortgages are seeing skyrocketing bills and may become precariously housed or houseless, why is this government so unwilling to help seniors afford costs of living in this province?
The Honourable Minister of Seniors, Community and Social Services.
Mr. Speaker, the entire time the NDP was in government, they struggled to build 1,000 homes in 4 years, Mr. Speaker. I announced that many in the last week on behalf of this government, Mr. Speaker. We continue to build homes, Mr. Speaker. We've invested in our lodge program. We've increased our rent supplement program. We continue to stand with seniors in our community, Mr. Speaker, with large investments that can make sure that they remain in our communities and the communities that they built. We're going to continue to do that going forward, and we will not be lectured by the opposition who abandoned the seniors of Alberta, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverview.
Given that the Calgary Kirby Centre has never had a food assistance program in 150 years until now, and the need has continued to exponentially grow in the last few years under the UCP watch. And given that seniors are seeing skyrocketing grocery prices, mortgage payments doubling, and rent increasing astronomically, and given that seniors say their bills continue to grow, but their income stays stagnant, why isn't the UCP offering solutions to seniors to get through this affordability crisis?
The Honourable the Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this government increased Alberta senior benefits to $600 million, Mr. Speaker, in Budget 24-25. Again, something the honourable member voted against, Mr. Speaker. It's pretty clear that the NDP don't want to get resources to seniors, but that's okay. Seniors don't need to worry. There's a Conservative government in power in Alberta. We continue to invest unprecedented amounts, lower senior payments. The NDP kept raising senior payments inside the province for everything from medical appointments to driver's licenses. We lowered them all, and we're making life easier for seniors each and every day.
Order, order, order. The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Highlands, Norwood.
Too many people are being lost. That's the conclusion of Homeward Trust's community plan to prevent and end homelessness in Edmonton. The latest data reports 3,262 unhoused Edmontonians, the highest number on record. More than 300 people died last year on our streets, the highest number on record. Between 600 and 700 people are newly entering homelessness every month in our city, the highest number on record. These are real people, not just numbers. They are Albertans, they are our neighbours, and they deserve dignity, safety, and respect. How can the UCP just?
The Honourable the Minister of Seniors, Community and Social Services.
Well, Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, the NDP fought against our plan to remove people from encampments, Mr. Speaker, because we knew that was dangerous, where they were being sexually abused, where they were being assaulted, where they were being victimized by gangs. We took action with our partners with the Edmonton Police Service, set up our navigation centre, took down 700 dangerous encampments, Mr. Speaker. Over 1,200 people have been through that navigation centre, Mr. Speaker. Over half of them have been housed, and 97% of those individuals remain housed today, Mr. Speaker. We reject the NDP's philosophy when it comes to keeping people in tents in this province, Mr. Speaker, and we will move forward with our plan.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Islands, Norwood.
Let's talk about Calgary. Given that in 2020 2023, 436 unhoused Albertans tragically died on Calgary streets, more than double the previous year. And over 115,000 Calgarians are at risk of homelessness right now. So many Calgarians are panicked, desperately trying to avoid homelessness as their rents skyrocket as high as Toronto levels. And given that so many reach out for help seeking subsidized housing or rent supplements, only to find they get added to a wait list that's over 7,000 names long. What does this minister have to say to the hundreds of thousands of Calgarians frantic for some...
The Honourable the Minister of Seniors, Community and Social Services.
What I have to say, Mr. Speaker, is don't worry, we're not going to follow the NDP philosophy that you saw in Toronto and Vancouver, Mr. Speaker, that have made more people homeless, that has resulted in a 10% decrease in construction in Toronto, a 30% decrease. You know what's taking place in Calgary, Mr. Speaker? An increase of 64%, the highest amount of houses being built in the history of the province, Mr. Speaker, the most building permits ever put forward in the history of the province. And CMHC has said Alberta is the only bright spot anywhere in the country because we're taking real, concrete action, Mr. Speaker, to make sure Alberta remains affordable and all Albertans have a home.
The Honourable Member.
Let's try rural Alberta. Given the sharp increase in homelessness under the UCP, many rural communities are scrambling. In the past 2 years in Cold Lake, the unhoused population increased from 10 people to 195. Leduc saw a 60% increase in their houseless population last year. And in Strathmore, shelters are running at overcapacity. Why won't the minister recognize homelessness is a policy failure of his government? And what will he do now, immediately, to address this growing problem across our province, including in rural communities?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to hear the Honourable Member found rural Alberta. I've been waiting for the NDP to know where that was for a long time. Again, Mr. Speaker, we've invested more money than any government in history when it comes to homeless shelters in this province, not just in urban, also in rural. The Honourable Member...
Order, 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 order. The Honourable Member had her opportunity to ask a question. It's reasonable, whether you like the answer or not, for the Minister to be able to answer it. The Honourable the Minister. Correction. Correction, one moment. A point of order was noted at 2:18, the official opposition House Leader, and also now at 2:21. The Honourable Minister has 20 seconds remaining in his answer.
The Honourable Member says there's nothing to be proud of, Mr. Speaker. She could be nothing further from the truth. This government is proud to invest in proper emergency shelter services across the province to care for people, unlike the NDP, who were fighting to keep them in temporary structures, Mr. Speaker, where they were freezing to death, Mr. Speaker, and be victimized. Shame on them, Mr. Speaker. We'll continue with our plan.
Members the opportunity to catch a breath before we call on the Honourable Member for Athabasca Barrhead Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government recently announced significant changes to Class 1 driver training and licensing by introducing a new Made in Alberta learning pathway for commercial drivers. This change includes the introduction of farm-restricted Class 1 driver's license that commenced on April 1. It is crucial to ensure clarity and understanding among our farming communities on these new changes. Can the Minister of Transportation and Economic Corridors provide more details on how the new farm-restricted Class 1 driver's license will relieve pressures on Alberta farm families?
Honourable the Minister of Transportation and Economic Corridors.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Athabasca Barrhead Westlock for his advocacy for farmers. But, Mr. Speaker, working with him and so many United Conservative members, we did create a new learning pathways to help train and license Class 1 truck drivers in Alberta, Mr. Speaker. Now, this new pathway will ensure that the right training at the right time with the right vehicle is actually happening here in the province, and we will ensure that Alberta truckers are the best trained in the country, Mr. Speaker. And we also understand the unique realities of our farmers, Mr. Speaker, and that's why we are exempting farmers and their family members from any type of pre-licensing requirement to help alleviate the trucking pressures in that industry.
The Honourable Member for Athabasca Barrhead Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given the exemptions provided by the new farm-restricted Class 1 driver's license for eligible farmers and their immediate family members, including their exemption from the mandatory entry-level training MELT program, And given that this government is committed to ensuring the safety of our roads, can the same minister explain the steps this government has taken to ensure that these exemptions to MELT do not compromise the safety of our roads?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Mr. Speaker, driving is a privilege unless perhaps you're the member from Edmonton-Whitemud who's been relegated to Nenshie's driver. But the new farm Class 1 driver's license will allow farmers and their families to operate a Class 1 license, Mr. Speaker, only within Alberta and only for farm authorized purposes. Now, this new driver's license, Mr. Speaker, will alleviate pressures on Alberta farm families by exempting them from pre-licensing requirements. And, Mr. Speaker, the traffic safety is a top priority for the Department of Transportation and Economic Corridors, and that is why we've limited this restriction only to farmers and their families.
A point of order is noted at 2:24. The Honourable Member.
Given that Alberta's agricultural sector plays a crucial role in the province's economy, and given that the farm-restricted Class 1 driver's license for eligible farmers and their immediate family members will be greatly beneficial to our farming communities, and further, given that these changes aim to help address concerns around trucking shortages impacting farms and ranches, can the Minister of Agriculture and Irrigation explain how these changes will benefit Alberta farmers, help to mitigate the concerns about trucking shortages, and positively contribute to our agricultural sector?
Good question.
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Irrigation.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for these great questions. Now, Mr. Speaker, farming is challenging at the best of times, and transportation is just one of the many hurdles that Alberta farmers and ranchers face. Now, providing Alberta farm families with a new Class 1 license designation will help alleviate financial pressures, time constraints, and ultimately reduce trucking shortages. This is a huge step forward in ensuring a healthy agricultural supply chain that feeds families here and across the globe. Mr. Speaker, this Premier, this government recognizes the vital role farmers play in growing our province, and we will continue to support them.
The Honourable Member for Banff, Kananaskis.
Mr. Speaker, Albertans are coming together to address our current drought through water sharing agreements, voluntary use reduction, and water conservation. But our government isn't following suit. Recently, this government's Environmental Appeal Board and the Minister approved a contentious auto racetrack in the Rosebud Valley. Even though wetlands are widely recognized as significant solutions to drought and flood, the 425-acre construction site for the racetrack will fill in 2 wetlands and modify 3 others. Wow. Why is the Minister allowing precious wetlands to be drained for a private racetrack?
Good question. The Honourable Minister of Environment and Protected Areas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I do want to walk through the process of what occurred in this situation. The original approval for this project was back in 2022, and of course was subject to Environmental Appeals Board hearing throughout 2022 and 2023. After conducting the hearings, Mr. Speaker, the EAB amended the approval to include further wildlife monitoring back in March of 2024. There is a clear review process in place. It has worked successfully in this case, Mr. Speaker. Many of the concerns raised by this appeal fall outside of the Environment and Protected Areas jurisdiction, and we would encourage those folks to reach out to their municipality.
The Honourable Member for Banff, Kananaskis.
Well, given that the area where the racetrack will be constructed is critical habitat for endangered bank swallows, which Alberta is legally required to protect, given that one of the biggest population threats to bank swallows is vehicle collisions, and there may be some of those associated with the racetrack, given that the Appeals Board refused jurisdiction to protect this habitat ruling that the Species at Risk Act is not within the Director's or the Board's jurisdiction to ensure compliance. Given that provincial lands are managed by the province and the UCP keeps telling the feds to stay in their lane, whose job is it to protect critical habitat for species?
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Protected Areas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Now, in 2020, my department did issue a Water Act approval that included mandatory measures, Mr. Speaker, to protect nearby wildlife and wetlands. The Appeal Board, Mr. Speaker, they upheld that decision and added additional monitoring to protect the environment even more. Mr. Speaker, the Environmental Appeals Board obviously is an independent board. They reviewed the merits of this case, and when it came to this raceway project, they did amend the approval to include further wildlife monitoring to address and assess potential impacts on wildlife near this proposed development.
The Honourable Member.
Well, given that monitoring of drained wetland is kind of a waste of time, and given that local residents' opposition is abundant and they question the robustness and transparency of the decision-making process, leading more Albertans to distrust this government. Given that impacts to a drained wetland cannot be mitigated or monitored because the wetland isn't there, given that the racetrack requires $11 million taxpayer dollars to build the access road to a private business, and given that the minister talks about balancing the environment economy, yet this development balances nothing. Can she explain how this project with abundant negative environmental, economic and local impacts can even be permitted?
Good question.
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Protected Areas.
Mr. Speaker, once again, back when this decision was made, that Water Act approval did include mandatory measures, Mr. Speaker, to protect nearby wildlife and wetlands. Mr. Speaker, anytime we look at a project that comes to our department, we absolutely have to look at impacts of economic growth and development, Mr. Speaker, as well as protecting and upholding our environmental standards. That is what the process does. Then the Environmental Appeals Board conducted a hearing on the merits and concerns within this raceway project. Mr. Speaker, they did amend the approval to include further monitoring, and we respect their decision of that independent board.
Order, order, order. The Honourable Member for West Yellowhead.
Mr. Speaker, electricity prices remain volatile as Albertans are still feeling the effects of the reckless policies of the NDP when they were in government. Members opposite refused to take ownership of the ill-advised coal power phase-out that has left Alberta subject to rolling outages and record-high prices. Accelerating the phase-out of the 6 youngest plants, replacing them with less reliable renewable substitutes, hiked costs for consumers. Can the Minister of Affordability and Utilities explain what this meant for the energy bills of hardworking Albertans?
Honourable the Minister of Affordability and Utilities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The NDP's accelerated coal phase-out not only cost Alberta taxpayers over $2 billion, but it made life more expensive for every single Albertan. By reducing the number of reliable power generators, the NDP enabled economic withholding, leading to price spikes on power bills. And their lack of planning led to transmission and distribution costs skyrocketing. If Albertans are wondering why their utility bills are so high, they need look no further than the NDP's mismanagement of the electricity system.
Member for West Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you to the Minister. Given that electricity prices are a constant cost for Albertan households, and given that Alberta's growing population will need more power to keep the lights on and families warm, given that a growing economy will need more power to grow businesses and enterprises, given that most Albertans are unaware that for every megawatt of solar and wind getting paid to be on the grid, ratepayers are paying reliable energy sources to be on standby, can the same minister please explain how this government is going to promote reliable and predictable sources of power in this province?
The Honourable Minister of Affordability and Utilities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My top priority is to ensure that Albertans have reliable and affordable electricity for generations to come. With Alberta's competitive tax system, our unique deregulated electricity market, and our government's commitment to reducing economic barriers, Alberta continues to attract investment in the electricity system. As of February 2024, we have nearly 3,000 megawatts of reliable natural gas power plants under construction, which is enough to power roughly 2 million homes.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and again to the Minister. Given that this government recently passed Bill 19, the Utilities Affordability Statutes Amendment Act, and given that electricity prices surged last year, causing financial strain to households across the province, and given that the Alberta NDP still scream, "You've had 5 years, just fix it," showing they really have no clue how an electrical system and market actually work and the damage they caused, can the Minister for Affordability and Utilities please explain to the House how Albertan utility bills will be impacted now that Bill 19 has been passed?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, and to the member for the excellent question. By passing Bill 19, our government is lowering and stabilizing local access fees on Albertans' electricity bills. The average Calgary family will save $145 per year in local access fees alone. And for those on the default electricity rate, those families will save $937 per year from their power bill. By making these changes, our government is making life more affordable for Albertans today and for whatever may come in the future.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Decore has a question to ask.
Mr. Speaker, newly released data from the province's substance use surveillance system reveals disturbing statistics. Opioids claimed the lives of 1,867 Albertans in 2023. This is about 5 deaths per day, the highest number on record. These figures represent not just numbers, but real people, our friends, families, neighbors whose lives have been tragically cut short. Mr. Speaker, Albertans are dying. When will this government recognize the gravity of these epidemics?
The Honourable Minister of Mental Health and Addiction.
Mr. Speaker, I believe every single life lost is a tragedy in Alberta or anywhere when it comes to loss because of addiction. The truth is, Mr. Speaker, we recognize the gravity of it, and the response that we have taken is one of compassion and one of hope, one that recognizes the dignity of every single human life, which is why, recognizing that there are only two outcomes to addiction, tragically, either addiction or death, we have either recovery or death. We have chosen to help all we can to get Albertans into recovery to make sure that they don't pass away. We are taking as many steps as we can, investing at record levels, Mr. Speaker.
Given that approximately 70% of opioid-related deaths occur alone in private residences, the ministry launched the Doors App 3 years ago. Given that Albertans are informed that the app was to allow Albertans using opioids or other substances to summon emergency assistance if they become unconscious. Given that, during the public accounts last week, the department confirmed that over 3 years, only 165 individuals used the app for emergency response. Will the minister agree that Albertans are dying and this app is not effectively addressing the problem?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, of course I understand that our families and our community members are passing away from the disease of addiction, and the DOORS app is one of many tools at the disposal, including looking at options like the virtual opioid dependency program that has 8,000 Albertans in any given day getting services. We have hundreds of Albertans who have entered now the doors of the recovery centres in Lethbridge and Red Deer, with 9 more to open up in direct partnership with Indigenous who are disproportionately affected by this tragedy. Mr. Speaker, it's not one size fits all. It's anything that gets somebody into recovery as the only outcome that saves them from the tragic outcome of death when it comes to addiction. We will continue in that hopeful path.
The Honourable Member.
Given that it's deeply concerning that this government has not responded to the public health emergency with the urgency that this crisis demands, given that the rising death toll clearly indicates that the current measures are inefficient, and given that enhanced support for a full spectrum of addiction and mental health services and stronger community outreach programs are needed now, will the minister commit to supporting comprehensive, full spectrum and mental health promotion, prevention and treatment services rather than focusing on a limited ideologically driven approach?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me translate what the member opposite is asking for. If they're asking for harm reduction measures, we have many in our system. What we oppose and will always oppose is decriminalization and safe supply of drugs from government dollars, dumping high-powered opioids onto the streets of Alberta and across the country, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Mental Health and Addiction.
Mr. Speaker, members opposite don't like when we speak truth to their position, their policy position, which is to
order. What I rarely hear is government members yelling at the top of their lungs when they hear something they disagree with. I think it's reasonable for the minister to make a statement that people might disagree with without a massive amount of volume coming from those who disagree with him. The Honourable the Minister.
Mr. Speaker, they will oppose our policy and me speaking in this House every time I rise because we speak hopeful opportunity to the addiction crisis and they speak to a policy that brings carnage and death to the streets. We oppose safe supply. We always will, Mr. Speaker. Full stop.
Order. The only one with the call is the Honourable Member for Calgary-Buffalo.
Thank you. Cuts to post-secondary school budgets have had a severe impact on programs for fine arts like theatre and particularly dance. Unintended, or perhaps the intended consequence of the UCP cuts has been the underfunding of post-secondary education for students who wish to study in the arts like performance, dance and theatre in Alberta. This government has failed to meaningfully support the arts and artists, and who could forget the UCP thinking that adding an artist to the Economic Council was a joke? Will the minister apologize to the arts community for the impacts of years of UCP post-secondary funding cuts.
The Honourable the Minister of Advanced Education.
Mr. Speaker, I have said many times in this House that we have provided significant funding to post-secondary institutions, particularly through targeted enrollment expansion as well as base operating grants. So I'm in constant touch with the Board of Governors as well as post-secondary presidents to talk about their funding needs. So again, I will stand by what I'm saying, that we do have sufficient funding in the post-secondary sector.
Hear, hear. Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Buffalo.
Thank you. Given that we're at risk of losing our brightest and future cultural workers who wish to pursue dance, for instance, to other provinces like BC, Ontario, and Quebec, where they form lives away from their families, given that despite the UCP brags, the community is still feeling the impact of UCP cuts over many years, and given that the UCP, even with this year's bump to the AFA budget, will still not reach the Alberta NDP AFA 2018-2019 funding level of $31,510,000. What is the minister doing to push back against this government's several years-long shortfall to AFA funding?
Honourable the Minister of Arts and Culture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I'm not sure if the member opposite is more confused before he didn't read the budget or after he claims he read the budget. This government will have record-level AFA funding by the 2026-2027 budget year. Record-level fundings, higher than the members opposite ever did, not to mention the largest cultural infrastructure project in Canadian history in Arts Commons, which I might remind the member is in his riding.
Order, order, order. A point. Order, 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 order. A point of order has already been noted. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Buffalo.
Given that this government has made life harder for students now facing higher education costs, higher life expenses, and reduced services and fewer fine arts opportunities, and given that in addition to the UCP is now attempting to control the research and thought that occur on campuses with their gatekeeping Bill 18, given that many are worried about the impact Bill 18 will have on free speech, will the Minister of Arts please confirm that she will oppose any further cuts and attacks on the arts community coming from this government?
Order, order, order. For the benefit of members, the clock, which generally indicates the conclusion of question period, has expired, although there was a malfunction in the bell. The Honourable Minister does have 35 seconds to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our post-secondary partners are very valuable to us. We have been doing significant engagement with them around Bill 18, and we've talked about exemptions, and I can tell you there is support around this proposal in terms of talking about these exemptions for tri-council funding, and we are going to be undertaking more formal engagement over the summer, and all of our partners are very keen to partner with us and talk about what those regulations will look like.
Hear, hear.
Well, members, this concludes the time allotted for oral question period. In 30 seconds or less, we'll continue with the remainder of the daily routine.
Introduction of bills. Tabling returns and reports.
Other tablings. The Honourable Member for St. Albert, followed by the Honourable Member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I have tabling for the member for Edmonton Decor. It's actually from the St. Albert Gazette by Brett McKay, local journalism initiative reporter, entitled Alberta's Bill 21 would confuse and complicate emergency response, says RMA. And again, this is dated May 13th, 2024.
Member for Edmonton Islands Norwood.
Thank you. I'd like to table 5 copies of a letter from Edmonton Public School GSAs of MU Lizert High School, Steele Heights School, and Londonderry School. The member from Edmonton Decor and I had the opportunity to meet with these students, and I promised them that we would table this letter and that I urge the Premier and the UCP members to read this letter.
Are there others? The honourable member for Calgary-Bennington.
I rise to table 5 copies of today's front page article, Calgary Herald, CBE to pull $2.6 million from reserves, highlights just how full and what a crisis situation CBE is facing in education right now.
Are there others?
Thanks to the clerk.
Ooh. Honourable members, that brings us to points of order. For the benefit of all members, I'd like to provide notice to the Assembly that the Speaker is displeased. Hope that you'll govern yourself accordingly during points of order. That being said, I received a message from the Honourable the Minister of Transportation and Economic Corridors. I'd like to make a statement.
In retrospect, Mr. Speaker, in comments that I made in question period, if Nenshi does win the NDP leadership race, I don't think any NDP MLA...
Whoa. If the statement is anything other than a basic apology, we will provide the opportunity for the points of order to be debated, which we now will do. I'm not sure if I was clear when I said the Speaker is displeased. Please govern yourselves accordingly. At approximately 1:41, the Government House Leader rose on a point of order.
Withdraw.
Is a point of order. You cannot make accusations, whether it's in a member statement or during a question, which is exactly what happened. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Northwest can apologize and withdraw.
I apologize and withdraw, Mr. Speaker.
Consider this matter dealt with and concluded. Brings me to my second point of order, which at 2:18, the official opposition House Leader rose on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rose on a point of order because the Minister of Seniors, Community and Social Services said something to the effect of, I reject the NDP's policy when it comes to keeping people in tents. This language has been debated in this House, and as I understand your previous rulings, Mr. Speaker, suggesting that the NDP policy is for people to live in tents is unparliamentary and not fitting in this place. I raise this as a point of order, and I look forward to your ruling.
The Honourable the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the time noted, I did not hear the exact wording of the Minister of Community and Social Services. I know that you have provided caution on this specific language, but without the exact wording, I wouldn't be able to comment. I do leave it in your hands to determine if it was, in fact, a point of order.
I do have the benefit of the blues, and I am prepared to rule. The Honourable Minister of Seniors and Community and Social Services said the following. We reject the NDP's philosophy when it comes to keeping people in tents in this province. At the time when this particular language was ruled out of order, I think the Honourable Speaker went to great length to speak specifically to the language that was ruled out of order, and that was that the NDP or any facsimile of members' offices, the NDP, etc., want people to live in tents. What the Minister didn't say was that, and while he is certainly moving in the direction of the language that was specifically ruled out of order, which is people want to live in tents, what he said was, when it comes to keeping people in tents, which isn't what was ruled out of order, this isn't a point of order. However, I'll continue to caution the Minister, there's lots of language to use which won't create disorder. This did to a small degree today. That brings me to point of order at 2:21 that the Honourable the Government House Leader rose during question period.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At 2:21, I did rise in a point of order while the Minister of Community and Social Services was answering a question posed to him by the member from Edmonton Highlands Norwood. I believe off the record, the member from Edmonton Highlands Norwood said something to the effect of, "You're such a dork." I think it's or such a jerk. That is what I believe I heard. But Mr. Speaker, again, it was off the record. I know that you have a hard time ruling on things. You didn't hear it yourself. But I do believe that if in fact the member did say that or something to that effect, it would be a point of order under 23H, I, and J.
The official opposition House Leader.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, I did not hear a heckle like that, but I have just now heard my member say she did not use language like that in this House. I don't believe this is a point of order, but I also did not hear the exact language.
I do have the benefit of the blues, and I am prepared to rule. I can confirm that according to the blues, the honourable member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood did not say what the honourable government House Leader has made the accusation of. What I could say, though, is that the blues do have a significant amount of other things that the Speaker would consider to be unparliamentary, including making accusations of nothing to be proud of, making accusations about bullying. Honourable members should choose to use parliamentary language, whether it's on or off the record. In this case, the accusations made by the Honourable Government House Leader were not accurate. However, I think the Honourable member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood did use some unparliamentary language, but I'll consider this matter dealt with and concluded. We are now at point of order number 4. The official opposition House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Under 23H, I, and J, specifically J uses abusive or insulting language of a nature likely to create disorder, and quoting from the House of Commons Procedures and Practice, Chapter 13, page 623, specifically personal attacks, insults, and obscenities are not in order. I rise on this point of order because at that time, Minister of Transportation and Economic Corridors, in response to his own member's question, said, and my quote is rough, Mr. Speaker, but I believe the member for Edmonton Whitemud relegated to be Nenshi's driver. No pun intended, Mr. Speaker. The minister chooses to insert a drive-by smear of a colleague in this chamber, needlessly hurling insults in an unparliamentary way beneath the decorum that we expect from our colleagues here. I believe that he should apologize and withdraw. This was completely unnecessary and does a disservice to the chamber.
Government House Leader, the Minister of Transportation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I apologize for my earlier response to you, Mr. Speaker. But again, I was commenting on a social media post in where Nenshi himself refers to that member as his driver, but understanding that even though that may in the public sphere be okay, but it's not parliamentary here in this House, I do withdraw and apologize for that comment.
Consider the matter dealt with and concluded. At 1:39, the Honourable Government House Leader, the Honourable Official Opposition House Leader rose on a point of order.
Thank you very much. Under this same standing order and quote from Chapter 13 of House and Commons Procedures in Parliament, at this time the Minister of Arts, Culture and Status of Women, in response to a question from the member for Calgary Buffalo, and I do not have the benefit of the blues, Mr. Speaker, but what I heard was something along the lines of, I'm not sure if the member opposite is more confused before he didn't read the budget or after he claims he did read the budget, and she continued to reference him around his writing, and I was not clear if that was an insult, but truly calling the member from Calgary Buffalo confused in this case, I took that to be an insult, Mr. Speaker. I thought it was unparliamentary. I was certainly unimpressed with the minister's response to what I thought was a reasonable question, but I do not have the blues, and I look forward to your ruling.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would disagree. I believe that this is a matter of debate. On many occasions, members on this side of the House have said to the members opposite, you haven't read the budget, and of course they have also replied by saying, have you read your own budget? This is pretty typical banter back and forth in this chamber. I don't think it's a point of order. I don't think anything, it was a personal attack so much as a comment as to the nature of the questions coming from the member from Calgary Buffalo, which would suggest that the member has not read the budget given the funding that we are putting towards the arts in the province. Thank you.
Are there others who wish to add any additional information to such point of order? do have the benefit of the bruise, and I am prepared to rule. The Honourable Minister of Arts and Culture said the following: "Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I'm not sure if the member opposite is more confused before he didn't read the budget or after the claims that he did read it. A point of order was called. This government has a record," and she continued to go on. And because of the Honourable Opposition House Leader's comments with respect to her noting his riding, she does go on at the very end of the question to say, in his own riding. Honourable members, while I'll provide some caution to the Honourable Minister of Arts and Culture with respect to direct accusations or otherwise, suggesting that a member is unsure, confused, didn't read something, I think is something we hear on many occasions here inside the Assembly. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Buffalo, there's significant evidence in the blues of his conduct as well in the same chamber today. There's also, during that very point of order, while the Speaker was providing guidance, he insisted on additional interjections. These sorts of things are unlikely to create disorder. I'll provide caution to the Minister, provide some caution to the Honourable Member for Calgary-Buffalo. This is not a point of order. I'll consider the matter dealt with and concluded. Honourable members, I will make my own apology, particularly to the Honourable Member for Edmonton Northwest, who as it turns out, the Speaker himself has on occasion been frustrated here in that side of the Assembly. I let that frustration get the best of me when I required the Honourable Member to apologize and withdraw for something that the Honourable Government House Leader had previously withdrawn. I should have taken, withdrawn is not a real word, in which he had withdrawn. I shouldn't have taken such an aggressive approach to the Honourable Member for Edmonton Northwest, for which I apologize. I consider this matter dealt with and concluded. We are at orders of the day, orders du jour.
Government motions. Motion number 37, Honourable Mr. Scow.
The Honourable the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move Government Motion 37 that reads as follows. Be it resolved that when further consideration of Bill 18, Provincial Priorities Act, is resumed, not more than 1 hour shall be allotted to any further consideration of the bill in Committee of the Whole, at which time every question necessary for the disposal of the bill at this stage shall be put forth.
Honourable members, the Honourable the Government House Leader has moved Government Motion 37. This is a time allocation motion in pursuant to Standing Order 21.3. A member of the official opposition may respond for up to 5 minutes to the government motion, and I see the official opposition Deputy House Leader has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise to speak against this motion because Bill 18 has only been debated for 17 minutes in the committee. And here comes government with the hammer and time allocates this bill for 1 hour at this stage. Important piece of legislation that alters the way universities receive or apply for funding. It's a gatekeeping bill that interferes with the academic freedom of post-secondary institutions. The government has faced opposition just not from us, but from universities, from academia, and across the province. That's the reason that they are bringing this heavy-handed motion to curtail debate in this House and silence the opposition. That is unacceptable. And this government, UCP government, has used time allocation motions more than all the governments combined in the history of this province. I believe it's 46th or 47th time that they have used this motion. And the reason they are using it, that this is the government that wants to centralize power in cabinet at all costs by limiting the debate and by also limiting the role of this legislature, by limiting the right of elected representatives of Albertans to debate important matters that come before this legislature. And I think all members of this House has an obligation to stand opposed to such heavy-handed tactics that curtail debate and that limit the role of this legislature. And as we have seen throughout this session, that government is all about centralizing power, be that Bill 18, be that Bill 20, be that Bill 21. But this is yet another example how government is trying to control every decision, even the right of MLAs to speak on the bills that are brought before this legislature. So I urge all members of this legislature from all sides to oppose this motion and to stand up against this heavy-handed government tactics that has now become government's modus operandi to curtail debate, to limit the role of this legislature, to limit the role of elected representatives of Albertans in this House. This is unacceptable, and I urge all members to think about what you are sent here by Albertan to do and vote against this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, having heard the motion as proposed by the Honourable the Government House Leader, Government Motion 37. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered, and a division has been called. Call in the members. Honourable members, division has been called. Government motion 37. All those in favour of the motion, please rise.
Honourable Mr. Guthrie, Honourable Mr. Dreeshen, Honourable Mr. Nicolaides, Honourable Ms. Schultz, Honourable Mr. Williams, Honourable Minister LaGrange, Honourable Mr. Horner, Honourable Mr. Scow, Honourable Mr. Ellis, Honourable Mr. Amory, Honourable Mr. Newdorf, Honourable Mr. Lowen, Honourable Mr. Wilson, Honourable Mr. Jean, Honourable Mr. Glubish, Honourable Mr. Nixon, Mr. Long, Mr. Rosewell, Honourable Mr. Turton, Honourable Mr. Yassine, Honourable Mr. McIver, Honourable Ms. Furr, Honourable Mr. Jones, Honourable Mrs. Sani, Mr. Getson, Honourable Mr. Sigurdsson, Honourable Mr. Nally, Honourable Mr. Hunter, Mr. Yao, Mr. Van Dyken, Ms. Pitt, Mr. Sear, Mr. Lunty, Mr. Weeb, Mr. Boychenko, Mr. McDougall, Mr. Wright, Mrs. Petrovic, Mr. Stefan, Mr. Dick, Honourable Ms. Armstrong-Homanuck, Ms. de Jong, Mr. Sinclair, Mr. Bouchard, Mr. Singh, Ms. Lovely, Mrs. Johnson.
All those opposed to the motion, please rise.
Member El-Maliki, Honourable Ms. Gray, Honourable Member Sisi, Honourable Mr. Sabir, Mr. Kozowski, Ms. Chapman, Ms. Renault, Member Irwin, Mr. Ip, Honourable Mr. Egan, Mr. Diol, Member Beauperai, Mr. Shepherd, Honourable Mr. Schmidt, Ms. Goring, Ms. Pancholi, Mr. Dack, Member Loyola.
Mr. Speaker, total for the motion 47, total against 18.
Motion is carried and so ordered.
Government Bills and Orders for second reading. Bill 20, Municipal Affairs Statute Amendment Act 2024. Debate adjourned. Mr. Ip speaking.
Honourable members, pursuant to Government Motion 35 agreed to on May 21st, 2024, not more than 1 hour shall be allotted to further consideration of Bill 20, Municipal Affairs Statutes Amendment Act 2024 in second reading. The honourable member for Edmonton Southwest had 10 minutes remaining should he choose to use it. Seeing none, are there others wishing to join in the debate? The honourable member for Lacombe-Panoka, followed by the honourable member for Edmonton Whitemud.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise today to speak in favour of several initiatives outlined in Bill 20. As with many pieces of legislation, this bill is fairly wide-ranging. Most of it isn't exactly the stuff that blockbuster action movies are made of. It deals with various changes to both the Local Authorities Election Act and the Municipal Governance Act. Sadly, there are no Hollywood producers lining up for the rights to such a thriller. If we're looking for debate and drama, media headlines suggest we should cut to the scenes involving the introduction of political parties into some municipal elections. This is an important issue and it does warrant attention, but for my part, I want to focus on a much more important theme: public trust. Bill 20 proposes several amendments that are designed to help restore public trust in our democratic institutions. This is vital because our democracy cannot thrive without public trust. When I talk to people outside of this chamber, good folks who are more likely to go to the movies than watch our debates, it's clear that public trust is faltering. Faith in the voting process, whether it's federal, provincial, municipal, or within our political parties, is on the decline. Our job as the stewards of our democratic institutions is to look for ways to restore public trust. To keep elections free and fair, the public rightly demands certain standards be met. First of all, the principle of one person, one vote is non-negotiable. Secondly, voter anonymity must always be maintained. And thirdly, voters expect an accurate count conducted through a secure system specifically designed to prevent fraud. Even the appearance of fraud is enough to mortally wound public trust. The concept of a stolen election may make for a good disaster movie, but in practice it just makes for a disaster. When it comes to voting, it's hard to beat the tried and true process of marking paper ballots and dropping them into a secure ballot box. Sure, we hear the odd story about bad actors attempting to influence the paper and pencil system, but for the most part, such attempts are readily apparent and easily detected. It's difficult to hack a paper and pencil election. It may be boring, but when it comes to elections, boring is good. It's when we periodically try alternative systems that we get into real trouble. Electronic voting systems in particular have proven expensive, inefficient, frustrating for voters, and easy for hackers to target. For the public, fraud is a significant concern. In recent years, hackers have demonstrated their ability to sabotage virtually every kind of electronic voting system to change votes. Furthermore, they've demonstrated the ability to launch cyber attacks that spread from machine to machine like a computer virus. In fact, by selectively targeting individual polling locations, hackers can influence elections without changing a single vote. Doing so electronically is actually much easier for them than orchestrating a ballot shortage, or as we saw once in New Jersey, causing a local traffic gridlock by closing a bridge. Now there's a movie we don't want to see here. And now with the introduction of AI, and let me be clear, as some of this conversation circles around rural Alberta, I am referring to artificial intelligence, there are limited guidelines surrounding its proper use. Paper ballots are even more important. Hey, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the threat that hackers pose, you don't have to believe me. You can read the testimony of technology experts given to the US Congress, or you can watch hackers do it real time at the annual DEF CON Hacker Convention in Las Vegas. Hacking is now a multi-billion-dollar industry. Highly sophisticated organizations are stealing identities, targeting credit cards, and launching ransomware attacks on a daily basis. The idea that they can do all this but choose to leave electronic voting machines alone is dangerously naive. Yes, some electronic systems work better than others, but as far as our constituents are concerned, there are no electronic systems superior to the paper and pencil method. It brings to mind the famous quote by Sir Winston Churchill, one of my favorites, and I will paraphrase. Democracy is the worst form of government, except for all those other forms that have been tried. The same might be said of our voting system. The bottom line is that voters do not trust electronic voting machines, and banning them from the electoral process in Alberta is a good move. That's why I'm glad to see that Bill 20 formally bans the use of electronic tabulators in municipal elections. In fact, I believe similar changes should also be introduced to eliminate any future use of electronic voting systems in general elections, by-elections, Senate elections, referendums, and recall votes. The other change I strongly support in Bill 20 is the limit with regard to third-party advertising. Under Bill 20, third-party advertisers who are interested in plebiscites must register and report finances. Most importantly, only Albertans, Alberta companies, and Alberta unions may contribute to issues-based third-party advertisers. Why is this important? Because Alberta elections belong to Albertans. They do not belong to Eastern Canadian or American interests, and they certainly do not belong to well-heeled global elites. Bill 20 also seeks to build public trust in other areas, from mandatory criminal record checks for candidates and better rules for vouching. This is especially important in rural Alberta, where there can be up to 3 and even more variations of a residential address. For example, a box number can appear as a mailing address, but the county may identify you with the legal address, while your driver's license may reflect the blue sign number with Range Road or Township Road. All addresses refer back to the same residence, and all are valid. Yet if there is inconsistency with any of them on a voting day, a voter may be denied the right to vote. Bill 20 will allow for vouching of addresses to ensure this inconsistency is mitigated. My 90-year-old friend, George, was prohibited from voting in the last provincial election because his driver's license address did not match the address on the voter registration list. Although there were many neighbours there vouching for George's place of residence where he had lived most of his life, it wasn't good enough, and he was left bitterly disappointed when he made such an effort to exercise his democratic right to vote, yet was denied. Bill 20 will make sure George and others in a similar situation will be able to cast their vote in the next election. These are positive steps, and none should be viewed through the lens of partisanship. Rather, my hope is that these changes can be a jumping-off point for more efforts to restore public trust in our democratic institutions. While Bill 20 almost exclusively deals with changes to municipal legislation, there is plenty of room for improvement within other legislation. For example, Bill 20 seeks to limit foreign money in third-party advertising municipally, and this amendment would also be beneficial in provincial legislation. Also, Bill 20 doesn't deal yet with the shortcomings in Alberta's Recall Act, which sets unworkably high thresholds for launching the recall process. There should ultimately be two goals in mind. First, an effort needs to be made to standardize the rules, contribution limits, and financial disclosure regulations in all voting processes. Secondly, changes must be designed with an eye to improving transparency and keeping all elected officials accountable to Albertans. Voters want their elected officials to put representation first. Public trust in our institutions is lost when voters get the sense that their elected officials are working other agendas. I believe Bill 20 reflects the need to rectify this at the municipal level, and I hope future legislation will do so at the provincial level. Let's call that one a Bill 20 sequel, and I'd buy tickets for that show. At the end of the day, I'm well aware that most of the media headlines on Bill 12 will concern matters maybe that I didn't directly address today, and that's okay. The minutiae of our electoral processes isn't exactly the stuff of blockbuster cinema. Vin Diesel won't be tackling campaign finance reform in Fast and the Furious 11, and I'm not just saying that because my husband's name is Dwayne Johnson. Yes, gladly.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member from Lacombe-Panoka. And so I just have a question with regards to voting machines. How do hackers tamper with voting machines that are not connected to the internet? And I don't understand how that would happen.
Neither do I. I'm not a hacker. But if you go to the DEF CON convention, you could probably learn it there, and I thank my colleague for his intervention. I can't think of a more important issue facing our institutions than rebuilding public trust. That's why I will be voting in favour of Bill 20, and that's why I hope all of you will join me in encouraging the government to return to this Assembly with a sequel. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Any other members wishing to speak? The member from Edmonton-Whitemud.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise in the brief time that we have left to speak on Bill 20, the Municipal Affairs Statutes Amendment Act 2024. I should say the brief time, and yet this is the first time I've had the opportunity to speak to this bill. And it is an enormous bill with an enormous impacts on local democracy. And it is, and I believe, a big travesty of the processes of this House that we have been limited in our debate time because there's so much to cover with respect to the concerns that this bill has arisen, not just with the media, as the member previously has mentioned, but actually with those who are elected at the local level to represent all of our constituents, because we are all also represented by local municipal councillors, and those folks who are at the heart of the local issues affecting ourselves and our constituents every single day have spoken with a near unanimous voice in opposition to Bill 20 and to express the concerns that essentially the UCP government is saying that they are entitled to make decisions for local decision makers, that they are the ones who are in a better position, that they are able to better determine what their local constituents need, that they are the only ones who are able to do that, because it allows for this government to overturn municipally elected or passed bylaws, by the way, that go through the processes which are quite vigorous. For those of you who have attended city council or town council meetings, have passed through that process by individuals elected through the democratic institutions that we've established through legislation, and those bylaws have value and merit and represent the interests of those constituents, and yet we're hearing that the UCP government and their cabinet believes that they know best. Not only that, of course, Mr. Speaker, but Bill 20 allows for municipal councillors to be removed at the whim of the cabinet. All of these things would be happening in secret, behind closed doors, and so it's not only municipal leaders who are saying this is undemocratic. but it is also Albertans. And I've been knocking on my doors in my constituency, and this topic continues to come up. Nobody asked for this. This was not part of the UCP's election platform. And in fact, just like with everything else, Mr. Speaker, there are numerous examples of the Premier herself saying differently and saying that she believed in the value of locally elected municipal councillors and mayors and reeves, and that more decisions need to be made on a local basis. But there's always a video. There's always a video or a story, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to this Premier, she says one thing one day and then she says another thing, and all of a sudden she's got the reins of power. And this is why, Mr. Speaker, we continue to highlight that Bill 20 is an example of how the Wild Rose section of this UCP Frankenstein party has actually been consumed by the entitled, bloated, arrogant PC party, which were all very uniformly rejected by Albertans in 2015. And yet here they are now taking over, and all of these UCP members standing up and saying, we support Bill 20, when it is actually it is absolutely contradicts the values and principles of what the Wild Rose used to stand for, which was, you know, those individual rights, the local decision-making, grassroots. That's what they claimed to care about. But of course, when they get power, they quickly become PCs all over again, Mr. Speaker. So I'd like to propose, introduce an amendment to Bill 20, and I'll provide that right now. So I want to make sure I keep the original. There you are. And Mr. Speaker, this amendment.
We have
sure.
the amendments to the table and to myself before we proceed. Okay, the amendment's in order, and it'll be referred to as Amendment RA1.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So the amendment reads that Bill, on behalf of the member from Edmonton Manning, that Bill 20, the Municipal Affairs Statutes Amendment Act 2024, be not now read a second time because the Assembly is of the view that neither the general public nor municipalities support the amendments proposed by the bill. So, Mr. Speaker, this is pretty straightforward. It actually reflects what is generally public opinion right now, which is that overwhelmingly municipal councillors and Albertans have spoken out in direct opposition to Bill 20 for a number of reasons, the reasons that I outlined already, but also because none of this was consulted on. Yeah. No municipal councillors, and I actually got to sit in on a couple of meetings, Mr. Speaker, the Mid-Sized City Mayor's Caucus. I've been to a couple of those sessions where I've heard the Minister of Municipal Affairs speak, and he spoke at those leading up to this spring session. And at no time during that period of time did the Minister of Municipal Affairs indicate to those municipal councillors there that they were thinking of introducing legislation that would allow Cabinet, in secret, behind closed doors, without any light of day shone on it, to be able to remove a councillor or to be able to repeal a municipal bylaw. There were other discussions that happened. He did allude to the fact that amendments would be coming, but these specific amendments were not brought up. And further to my own experience, Mr. Speaker, we actually have the Alberta municipalities, who represents 260 municipalities in this province, and the Rural Municipalities Association, which represents 69 counties and municipal districts, who have all said they were not consulted. And had they been consulted, they would have spoken very clearly to say this is an affront to democracy. How do we know that, Mr. Speaker? Because they've said that. We have example after example of locally elected officials who, from every part of this province, from Okotoks, Foothills County, High River, Grand Prairie, Diamond Valley, Red Deer, Calgary, Didsbury, Edmonton, Cold Lake, St. Paul, Bonnyville, all speaking out very emphatically to say this undermines local democracy. And again, Mr. Speaker, it's not just those locally elected councillors who are doing that, it's also those individuals, Albertans. Albertans are saying this was not anticipated. Nobody, the Premier never campaigned on this. She never said this was going to happen. Now, there's a number of pieces, Mr. Speaker, in Bill 20 that raise concerns for me. I just want to take an opportunity, because I know my colleagues will talk about other pieces, and I may not get a chance to speak to this bill again, and I want to raise the issues that have been raised by Dr. Jared Wesley around the changes that this proposed bill make to vouching for ID for individuals who don't have photo ID. Essentially what this does, Mr. Speaker, is the amendments in this bill make it so that it will no longer be accepted in municipal elections that an individual can vouch for another person's identification when they don't have a photo ID. And I want to raise this because this is a very small change that is another way that the UCP government is undermining democracy. Because there's sort of an instinctive, I understand, Mr. Speaker, tendency for people to say, well, why wouldn't you be able to provide photo ID, right? We want people to be able to provide ID when they're voting. And I understand that we want to make sure that, we have good systems in place. But the reality is, Mr. Speaker, that we do have good systems in place. There's actually no evidence that anybody has falsely voted or has been misrepresented. There's absolutely no information that has happened and that anybody has used, fake ID or as this is allowed for breaches of voting rules. This is a problem that doesn't exist but that the government's trying to solve. Now, that may be in and of itself okay if they're anticipating a problem that doesn't exist, but this has a very real impact on vulnerable Albertans' ability to vote and to exercise what is a very democratic basic principle, which is being able to vote. And so this is designed to keep, and I just want to go through some of the information that Dr. Wesley has provided that talks about who gets excluded when we say we no longer will allow somebody to vouch for your identification and you're required to provide photo ID. Because the groups of people, and it ranges in estimates in Alberta between 10 to 50,000 Albertans that this would include. And it includes Indigenous people, members of visible minority groups, people experiencing homelessness, the elderly, low-income voters, people with disabilities, and people in rural areas. These are all folks who will have difficulty being able to vote because they don't have photo ID. Now, it's not easy, Mr. Speaker, to just go out and get photo ID, particularly if you do not already have it. So somebody like myself, if I were to lose my ID, if I were to lose my driver's license, for example, I'd be able to go to a registry. I live in a city. There's many registries close to me. I'd be able to get there. I'm lucky I have my own vehicle, or I'd be able to afford public transport. I'd get there, and I'd be able to provide several other pieces of documentation that would allow me to then get my photo ID. But the groups of people that I just talked about, Mr. Speaker, those are people who don't already have all those pieces of identification. I just went through this process with a close family friend whose mother is trying to get some access to some federal benefits and was struggling because she didn't have the right documents. And it's very difficult to do that, and it was time-consuming, and she has language barriers, and she didn't understand a lot of the bureaucratic speak, and she wasn't able to provide that. Now, this was for something different, but it was a very good example of how difficult it can be for somebody to get access to the right documentation. And the point is that all it does, again, I highlight that there is no historical problem with people being inappropriately vouched for. It requires two people to vouch, right? So you'd have to have a conspiracy to some extent in order to have somebody to allow somebody to fraudulently vote. But this is something that creates an additional barrier. And what happens, Mr. Speaker, when those groups of people that I just talked about make it harder for them to vote, is that their views and their concerns become less relevant and less important to the decision makers. Because we've all heard people talk about, well, who are the people who get out and vote? We always try to counsel young people to get out and vote as much as possible because we say, this is why it's so important that you have your voice heard. So decision makers take your voice seriously. And they need to do that. But when we exclude groups of people or create additional barriers for them to vote, it gives an excuse to some decision makers to not listen to their voices. And they don't get to have their views expressed. And let's be honest, I think we all can agree that being able to vote is perhaps one of the most fundamental rights that we have in this country, something that we are fiercely proud of. So it might seem like a small thing for the government to say, we're just going to remove this little piece, but it could potentially be impacting tens of thousands of Albertans from being able to exercise their right to vote. So that's just one little piece that Bill 20 has snuck in. And Mr. Speaker, I'm going to turn my time over because the government has imposed such limitations on our ability to speak, and that is just one piece that I'm deeply concerned about, but there's so many others. And for that reason, we should be passing this amendment to say, let's not read this bill a second time. We need to send this back because fundamentally it is flawed and Albertans do not support it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any others wishing to speak to Amendment RA1? And the member from Edmonton Meadows has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak in support of this very reasonable amendment. As my colleague, member from Edmonton Whitemud, have very effectively put her case based on the information and based on the feedback that we are getting from Albertans across the province. This is the best thing to do right now, to not read this bill second time, as a lot of government's own work and documentations show that there was not enough work done when it comes to communicating with the stakeholders, with the very people they were going to be affected by the bill. The Bill 20 is part of this UCP government's set pattern. They have set this pattern since they took office in 2023. Every step of the way, they looked for the distraction that how they can do something else other than focusing on the ordinary Albertans' priorities. So more of this, by doing this, they have gone to the extreme where they want to control everything. When we see everything, that means everything from top to bottom. They are intent to dismantle and our very institutions that have been there for centuries, serving the best interest of not only in this province, but all the other provinces in this country. So that is the reason not only the big cities, the city of Edmonton and the city of Calgary's councils, but also the majority of the municipalities in rural Alberta, from where the majority of the government MLAs come from. And not only that, the government always brag about the representation of the rural Alberta. The majority of the rural municipalities, and even the president of RMA, who represents more than 260 municipalities, wrote against it and spoke against it. So this shows no one from big to small municipalities asking for this bill, and rather they're opposing it. When in February, Premier just talked about something, about her intention to do this, our municipalities in this province reacted right away in March. And not only this, the government has its own survey that was conducted not long ago in 2022, where 70% of Albertans oppose the idea of bringing this sort of bill, where government and its cabinets have the powers to remove the elected officials from their office. And more of it, I see that the government is pretty angry and they have lost elections in 2 big cities. So they have been circling around things. They wanted to bring the party system into the municipalities. And if that is not enough, they wanted to bring the dark money back to the politics again. I remember talking to one of the PC MLA in the past, when the corporates and unions were allowed to donate to their MLAs and political parties, and the annual donation was $16,000. $16,000. Mr. Speaker. So that's what happened, like in historic 40 years in the past, the one-party rules, the governing party would have 2, 3, 4 donors, and the general public, the ordinary Albertans, kind of started losing their interest in democracy. And even the voting percentage in those elections kept declining every step of the way. There was election when there was polling less than 50%. The polling was around 40% only. So that was a dangerous trend. When the NDP government came in, they tried to address all those issues. And this government wanted to step back, going back to the, not only back to the past, but with heavy-handed wanted to control the municipal politics, the way the local elected officials can make the bylaws to address their local issues. The government, the cabinet would have authority not only to turn their decision-making, but also to remove the elected officials from the office. So this is not the bill that Albertans are asking to do something about right now. Government is doing at the time when ordinary Albertans are struggling with the inflation, the affordability crisis, housing crisis, wage stagnation, the slowest wage growth in the country, and the highest inflation also in the country that this province is experiencing. So that's impacting everyday life of Albertans. They struggle to put food on table. They struggle to send their kids to schools. Schools are, class sizes was about 20, 25 students in class when UCP government took the office in 2019. In last 5 years, that has increased to 40 to 50 students per class. The classes are combined together because there's not enough teachers in the schools. So one teacher has to take 2 classes. And not only that, the government fired 25,000 school staffs by just single tweet on the weekend. And when they got a published pushback, they said they will be hiring back as soon as the schools will open in this next school season. But that never happened. So those are the real problems on what we hear from our constituents every single day when they are asking us their kids not getting admission into the school next to their house. The school has a full capacity. We are not building enough schools. We are not hiring enough teachers for the students in school. And our student funding is the lowest per capita funding in the country. And on top of this, this government is, this is how this government is reacting to people's demand. This government was elected just a year ago to address those issues, and those were the only election issues. The Bill 20 was not this UCP's election promise at all. The UCP hid their agenda from Albertans. When they came in power, they are not focusing on Albertans' priorities, but on their ideological agenda, where they want to control everything in their way. The way they are working, it's impacting everyday Albertans. And I also wanted to say for the record, this bill is very much against the mandate of Westminster's parliamentary process and procedures. It attacks democracy at large. So, Mr. Speaker, I do oppose this bill. I think we need to, right now, the best thing we can do, we can stop this bill right here and send it back to the committee, where the Albertans, where we can hear from Albertans and the municipalities who are stakeholders to this, can give their proper feedback. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Sherwood Park to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Rise to speak on Bill 20, on the amendment, the reasoned amendment brought forward by the member from Edmonton-Whitemud. This bill needs to be taken back, taken out of this legislature, and returned to a part of the process where you consult and you reach out to stakeholders, you reach out to voters, and you find out what is it that we can do to improve our democracy in Alberta, because that's what we are talking about here. I've learned so much from the Minister of Municipal Affairs, the most experienced member of the legislature, on the iterative process of how to bring legislation into the Assembly. And apparently the best way to do it is to write some legislation and then wait for the feedback. It's quite an iterative process, Mr. Speaker. It's been such a learning experience to watch this member in action on the best and highest way to bring legislation into the Assembly for debate. Because what we've seen here is bringing forward legislation that no one expected, and then fierce and very vocal opposition, which, you know, it's been interesting to watch that member with the legislation. I would say from the press conference when it was initially announced before a constituency break, wasn't sure that the minister was 100% supportive of the legislation, but as we have been asking questions of him throughout the last few weeks, he is more emboldened and more certain that this legislation is the right legislation. But I would ask him to take a step back, look at this very reasoned amendment that we brought forward. Let's take this legislation out. Let's take a breath. Let's look at the legislation, which when we come to the debate of the legislation, I would refer to it as a legislation that is full of the good, the bad, and the ugly. There is good that can be salvaged in this. There is bad or stuff I don't really understand, such as the member from Lacombe-Patoka. We're talking about voting machines, just not on the radar for my constituents. And there is ugly, where we are getting to the principles of our democracy, and we are challenging the traditions and changing the traditions and creating a more authoritarian province. I'll go to Hanlon's law, the attaché, never attribute to malice that which can adequately be explained by thoughtlessness. There are things perhaps when the minister brought this legislation forward that were not thought of, that are very good points, that can't just be dealt with in regulation, that need to be dealt with in the legislature and need to be dealt with in legislation. We need to decide, do we want cabinet to have so much power? Do we want to run our province where we have the provincial government trying to control everything, everywhere, all at once? Do we want to have a command and control system in our province? in general, that's not good for business. I come from a background in business and free enterprise, Mr. Speaker, and democracy is core and fundamental to that. It's something that we all came to this assembly through, something that we have great respect for, but that this legislation does not show any respect for at the municipal level. We want numerous voices in this province. We want to have multiple ideas. We want new ideas. We want innovation. We want municipalities to be entrepreneurial. We want in Calgary for them to try public transportation one way, find out if it works, and then let's see if it works in Edmonton or Red Deer. We need to have an iterative process in our ecosystem of municipalities. We want them to have ideas that are brought forward by their elected councillors. It's a key part of how our democracy works. And what Bill 20 is going to do is change it so that the accountability of elected officials doesn't go to the voters who put them in office that we elect. It goes to Premier and Cabinet. It is not something I thought I would be doing when I ran for office. Coming here to defend our democracy and for our ability to have it operate well. Something I want to also just bring up, because I know it's come up in discussion, is this applies to school boards. And there is sort of a feeling that, oh, this doesn't really apply to school boards in the ecosystem. This is actually applying to school boards. Which brings me back to a core thing. When we were getting ready for this, when the government was giving us some sense that something was coming, we all were ready because the Premier signaled it and the Minister signaled it. We were ready for political parties at the municipal level. And wouldn't you know it, that is the least of our worries. That may be the least controversial part of this bill to me, is political parties in the municipal elections. This bill addressed voter lists with a lot of uncertainty, a lot of questions around what voter lists will be allowed and will it restrict people from voting. This bill addressed how votes are counted, vote tabulation, which from what we can tell is not based on anything based on evidence. As it was mentioned by the member for Edmonton-Whiteman, I remember zero scandals after the last municipal election. I remember no controversy with how votes were counted. It deals with candidate qualifications, which actually, if we align candidate qualifications with the ability to disqualify, that seems like a good alignment, maybe the only good in this bill. It addresses donations and changes it fundamentally. Right now, individuals, people, voters can contribute financially to a municipal election, and now we're going to invite corporations and unions in, and it is not the kind of money we want brought into our democracy because it does not make it better. And lastly, and the ugly part of this bill, is it fundamentally changes the role of municipal councillors so that they are beholden to Cabinet, Premier and Cabinet. Bylaws can be overturned. Municipal councillors can be removed without a public inquiry that would bring forward how and why we are removing councillors. It opens up an ability for authoritarian style of government, which perhaps the members across are genuinely here for the betterment of Albertans, but it does open up a future not too different from the Hunger Games, where we dictate to District 12 what their resources are going to be and how they govern themselves. So, to the members' offer to have this brought back, the reasoned amendment, I will just say that the Premier and the UCP have complained ad nauseum about overreach into provincial jurisdiction. And when it comes to municipalities, the Premier insists on being the gatekeeper and controller-in-chief. Municipal councils from across Alberta have been very clear they do not want municipal political parties. They know best how to run their own affairs. When municipalities need appropriate funds so they can fix the crumbling infrastructure and their communities and to pay for programs that Albertans deserve, that's what they need. That's what they ask for. They need the government to step up with resources, not step in and interfere in governance. Citizens of municipalities elect local representatives to serve the best interests of their community and not because of the color of their partisan flag they fly. The Premier needs to realize that municipal councils are not a farm team for the UCP to carry out their wishes at the municipal level. We want numerous ideas and plurality in our society. Municipal councillors have a duty to represent the citizens who elected them, and they deserve the provincial government who supports them as a partner. So, Mr. Speaker, I support this amendment, which will send this bill out of the Assembly to a place in our legislative system where we can get some proper ideas brought forward to improve our democracy and improve municipalities, because it's not Bill 20 that's been brought forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Member, on reason amendment RA1, the member for Edmonton Goldbar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise and offer my support for this amendment that was brought forward by my friend from Edmonton Whitemud. And I have 2 points that I want to make to justify why this bill should not now be read a second time. And the first is that Bill 20 is incredibly unfair to the City of Edmonton residents in particular. And secondly, because I think if government members really think about the implications of this bill and the power that they are giving themselves through measures in this bill, they will quickly realize that this is the kind of power that they don't actually want to have. Yeah. So to expand on those 2 points, I want to first talk about why this legislation is unfair to the residents of the City of Edmonton. Mr. Speaker, it's my understanding that Bill 20 gives Cabinet the ability to remove any municipal councillor, any mayor, or overturn any local bylaw that it deems to be in the public interest to do so, with no process whatsoever. And it's incredibly frustrating to my constituents who are not politically aligned with the government of the day. I was at a meeting of representatives from different community leagues around my constituency last Thursday, and we had a meeting with representatives from all 3 levels of government. So the local city councillor was there, I was there as a provincial representative, and the member of parliament was there as well. And the number 1 provincial issue that people wanted to discuss at that meeting was Bill 20. Yeah. And one of the reasons that they were so upset was because they know that in the city, within the boundaries of the City of Edmonton, the NDP got
every seat.
Every seat. And I think we hit 60% of the vote. I know that I got almost 70% of the vote, Mr. Speaker, in my riding. Me too. And my friend from Edmonton, Glenora, got almost 70% in her riding. The UCP is incredibly unpopular here in the City of Edmonton. And the thought that now the government is giving themselves the power to remove their duly elected city councillor or their duly elected mayor is incredibly terrifying. And a number of members of that meeting said, why is it that somebody from Cardston or Fort McMurray or Camrose or Bonnyville are going to now have the power to remove my city councillor or my mayor? It's incredibly unfair. And the thing that struck them most was the hypocrisy of this. Because ever since it's been elected in 2019, we've heard over and over the refrain that governments need to stay in their own lanes. Mm-hmm. That this government was elected to defend Albertans from federal overreach. And yet, here they are giving themselves the power to reach into the affairs of locally affected governments. Mm-hmm. And, you know, the people at this meeting that I attended last week rightly said, if Justin Trudeau gave himself the power to remove the Premier from her seat, the UCP would be strongly against it. But they're giving themselves the power, and the political dynamics are similar. Nobody in Edmonton voted for the UCP. They don't want the UCP to be playing the role of city councillor or mayor now. They're strongly opposed to this, Mr. Speaker, and it's this kind of overreach that I think warrants taking this bill and not reading a second time, giving the government pause to reconsider the implications of the power that it's the overreach that they're giving themselves. Mm-hmm. The second point that I want to make is that if government members think carefully about the implications of this bill, they'll quickly realize that this is power that they don't actually want. Yeah. And, you know, I often call them backbenchers, Mr. Speaker. That tends to get their hackles up a little bit. I know that they identify as private members. Now, I personally don't think that they're old enough to be able to choose how they identify, and so I try to identify them as backbenchers because that's what they are. That's what God made them. God made them backbenchers, Mr. Speaker. And I don't think they're old enough or have the maturity to call themselves private members. I think that they should probably seek parental permission, at least, to call themselves that. Oh, hey.
The government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I suspect you were listening as intently as I was to the ramblings of the member from Edmonton Gold Bar, specifically talking about having the intelligence and comparing members of our private members of caucus here on the government side, to children. I think this language definitely rises to the level of a point of order. It would be unparliamentary under 23H, I, and J, and I'd ask for that member to apologize and get back to the substance of the bill.
No, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do apologize and withdraw because I would also like to move on to the substance of the point that I was trying to make. And that is that right now, backbenchers can rightly tell constituents who call into their office or email their office about issues like potholes and garbage and libraries and mowing the grass on park property or dog bylaws. They can rightly say, you know what, that's not my jurisdiction. Call your local councillor. But now, once this bill is passed, they will ultimately be responsible for the decisions that their city councillors, their county councillors, their reeves will be making. So I ask my friends from the government caucus, especially ones that have a lot of councillors in their ridings. You know, I think of Livingston McLeod, which has Claresholm and Nanton and a whole bunch of rural counties, right? That's countless councillors that they're going to have to keep tabs on, field complaints about. And what's even more frustrating for them, what will be even more frustrating for them, is that they actually won't have the power to do anything about it because they're not in cabinet, Mr. Speaker. So take, for example, my friend from Grand Prairie Wapiti, who has been very vocal as I've been speaking. So let's say the people from Grand Prairie Wapiti raise a concern about a local county councillor and want to have him removed. The member from Grand Prairie Wapiti will duly submit his concerns to his friends from cabinet. He'll go back to his constituent and say, you know what, I thank you very much for raising this concern. I share your concerns. I voice this concern with cabinet. And then when cabinet doesn't do anything about it, it's not the councillor who faces the consequences. It will be the member from Grand Prairie Wapiti. So he'll be held responsible for decisions that he has absolutely no power to make. Why would he want that? There is no political benefit to him to have on paper this kind of power, but in reality, no power to actually implement these decisions. So, Mr. Speaker, the private members of the government caucus need to think hard about this and think hard about the consequences of giving themselves this kind of power. To give an example of an issue that I dealt with a couple of years ago when I was environment critic. I had a constituent from Livingston-McLeod. I can't remember if that person was from Claresholm or Nanton, but it was one of those towns. She had concerns about the street sweeping machines that the town used to clear the sidewalks. They use a particular type of plastic bristle that leaves all kinds of random bristles on the street. And she was concerned about the level of garbage that was being produced by the town using that specific machine. Now, I as environment critic have absolutely no power over that issue. The local representative at the provincial level has no power right now over that issue. And so when somebody writes in with that kind of concern, we rightly say, you know what, this is something that is more properly dealt with by the local authority because they have the power to make a decision that can improve this situation. But once Bill 20 passes, Mr. Speaker, it will be the member from Livingston-McLeod who will have to explain to her constituent why Cabinet didn't do something about the machine, the street sweeping machine that was used to clear snow from their sidewalks in Claresholm or Nanton. Yeah. Why do you want that power? I know that we're all committed to serving our communities to the best of our ability, but we're here because we want to effect change at the provincial level and deal with the issues that fall under the provincial government's responsibilities. Things like healthcare, things like childcare, things like education and advanced education and environment and energy and all of those provincial issues. I didn't run for office because I wanted to deal with street sweeping in my local community. That is the role of a local councillor, and we have many people who are enthusiastic about those issues and are willing to run for office and do a very good job of dealing with those issues. That's not why we're here. We need to focus on the job that Albertans sent us here to do, and that's to look after healthcare, education, housing, tackling climate change, all of those things, Mr. Speaker. So the private members of the government caucus will find themselves quickly overwhelmed with work that they were not elected to do once this bill passes this legislature, Mr. Speaker, and I think that they will regret that decision very quickly. That's why I'm giving them a second chance to rethink this, Mr. Speaker, and vote in favor of this amendment so that they can properly spend their time representing their constituents for the, on the issues that are the direct responsibility of the provincial government. And I appreciate the opportunity to offer my thoughts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Edmonton Castle Downs with about 5 minutes left.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak to RA1 regarding Bill 20. Now, I can't start this without saying you just gave me notice that I have 5 minutes to speak. That's because the government put in time allotment so that we can only speak to it for an hour, which goes directly in correlation with this bill because not only do they not want to hear from us, they haven't wanted to hear from Albertans. Yeah. They have done no consultation on this piece of legislation, and we have heard from so many municipal leaders all across the province that they weren't consulted and that they don't want this piece of legislation to pass. So why would it be any different that they want to continue to allow opportunity to talk about it here in this legislature? Well, they want more power, Mr. Speaker. They want the ability to do whatever they want all across the province. So I'm just flabbergasted with the amount of power and overreach that this government has put into this piece of legislation. If they took the opportunity to listen to Albertans, listen to our other municipal leaders, they would do the right thing and vote in support of our amendment that this piece of legislation not be read a second time and perhaps get it right. There's an opportunity that this government is missing by reaching out to those municipal leaders to talk about what would actually make a good piece of legislation that would actually do something to support them in their capacity to do their jobs. However, it is clear that that is not what this government intends to do. They don't want to listen to Albertans. They don't want to listen to the municipal leaders. The RMA with 69 counties and municipal districts called it an affront to democracy in Alberta, Mr. Speaker. And the Alberta municipalities, with their 260 municipal members, called it a power grab. And so hearing those types of concerns, I'm just shocked that this government is continuing to plow forward with this piece of legislation that is incredibly power hungry. So it's not a small piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker. It actually deals with 3 different pieces of legislation. So the Local Authorities Election Act, the Municipal Governance Act, and the Referendum Act. And all 3 of those pieces of legislation, it makes numerous mention of the extra responsibilities and abilities that the Cabinet has. Having Cabinet be able to remove elected officials, having Cabinet be able to approve bylaws, takes away the Albertans' right to have who they democratically elected represent them and their needs. These are the experts in their own communities, Mr. Speaker, not the Cabinet, not a Cabinet that should be focusing on things like fixing our healthcare, perhaps, properly funding schools. Those are the things that Albertans are talking about, the extensive cost of living that's happening in the province right now. And instead, we have Bill 20 that has this government wanting to do more and have more power all across the province. And a lot of what the minister says when we've asked about the concerns that are being flagged all across the province from these municipal leaders is just trust us, it's going to be in the regulation. Well, this government certainly does not have a track record of trust, Mr. Speaker. We know that this municipal leadership concerns should be listened to. However, they're not being listened to. We have a major concern in this legislation that people are saying they have not been consulted with. And when you have leaders all across the province saying that, I believe that this government should support our amendment and vote in favour of it, that this bill not be read a second time. Thank you.
Okay, to interrupt, but pursuant to Government Motion 35, agreed to on May 21, 2024, 1 hour of debate has now been completed, and I am required to put to the Assembly all necessary questions to dispose of Bill 20, Municipal Affairs Statutes Amendment Act 2024 at second reading. On Amendment RA1, as proposed by the member from Edmonton Whitemud, on behalf of the member from Edmonton Manning, does the Assembly agree to the motion? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. I believe the noes have it, and that amendment is defeated, and we have a division call in the members.
order. Honourable members, an amendment or a division has been called on amendment RA1. All those in favour of the amendment, please rise.
Member El Maligi, Honourable Member Sisi, Honourable Mr. Sabir, Mr. Kozowski, Ms. Chapman, Ms. Renault, Member Irwin, Mr. Ip, Honourable Mr. Agan, Mr. Diol, Member Beauperai, Mr. Shepherd, Honourable Mr. Schmidt, Ms. Goring, Ms. Pancholi, Mr. Dack, Member Loyola.
All those opposed to the amendment, please rise.
Honourable Mr. Guthrie, Honourable Mr. Dreeshen, Honourable Mr. Nicolaides, Honourable Ms. Schultz, Honourable Mr. Williams, Honourable Minister LaGrange, Honourable Mr. Horner, Honourable Mr. Scow, Honourable Mr. Ellis, Honourable Mr. Amory, Honourable Mr. Newdorf, Honourable Mr. Lowen, Honourable Mr. Wilson, Honourable Mr. Jean, Honourable Mr. Glubish, Honourable Mr. Nixon, Mr. Long, Mr. Rosewell, Honourable Mr. Turton, Honourable Mr. Yassine, Honourable Mr. McIver, Honourable Ms. Furr, Honourable Mr. Jones, Honourable Mrs. Sawney, Mr. Getson, Honourable Mr. Sigurdsson, Honourable Mr. Nally, Mr. Yao, Mr. Van Dyken, Ms. Pitt, Mr. Sear, Mr. Lunty, Mr. Weeb, Mr. Boychenko, Mr. McDougall, Mr. Wright, Mrs. Petrovic, Mr. Stefan, Mr. Dick, Honourable Ms. Armstrong-Hominack, Ms. DeYoung, Mr. Sinclair, Mr. Bouchard, Mr. Singh, Ms. Lovely, Mrs. Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, total for the amendment 17, total against 46.
Honourable members, that amendment is defeated. Members, pursuant to Government Motion 35 agreed to on May 21st, 2024, not more than 1 hour shall be allotted to the further consideration of Bill 20, Municipal Statutes Amendment Act 2024. Honourable members, an hour has been allotted, and all questions must be put to the Assembly. So on the motion for second reading of Bill 20, the Municipal Affairs Statutes Amendment Act 2024, as proposed by the Honourable the Minister of Municipal Affairs, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered, and a division has been called. Call in the members. Members, the division has been called on second reading of Bill 20, Municipal Affairs Statutes Amendment Act. All those in favor of the motion for second reading, please rise.
Honourable Mr. Guthrie, Honourable Mr. Dreeshen, Honourable Mr. Nicolaides, Honourable Ms. Schultz, Honourable Mr. Williams, Honourable Minister LaGrange, Honourable Mr. Horner, Honourable Mr. Scow, Honourable Mr. Ellis, Honourable Mr. Amory, Honourable Mr. Newdorf, Honourable Mr. Lowen, Honourable Mr. Wilson, Honourable Mr. Jean, Honourable Mr. Glubish, Honourable Mr. Nixon, Mr. Long, Mr. Rosewell, Honourable Mr. Turton, Honourable Mr. Yazin, Honourable Mr. McIver, Honourable Ms. Furr, Honourable Mr. Jones, Honourable Mrs. Sawney, Mr. Getson, Honourable Mr. Sigurdsson, Honourable Mr. Nally, Mr. Yao, Mr. Van Dyken, Ms. Pitt, Mr. Sear, Mr. Lunty, Mr. Weed, Mr. Boychenko, Mr. McDougall, Mr. Wright, Mrs. Petrovic, Mr. Stefan, Mr. Dick, Honourable Ms. Armstrong-Almanac, Ms. DeYoung, Mr. Sinclair, Mr. Bouchard, Mr. Singh, Ms. Lovely, Mrs. Johnson.
All those opposed, please rise.
Member El-Maliki, Honourable Member Ceci, Honourable Mr. Sabir, Mr. Kozowski, Ms. Chapman, Ms. Renault, Member Irwin, Mr. Ip, Honourable Mr. Egan, Mr. Deal, Member Boparai, Mr. Shepherd, Honourable Mr. Schmidt, Ms. Goring, Ms. Pancholi, Mr. Dack, Member Loyola.
Mr. Speaker, total for the motion 46, total against 17.
Honourable members, that motion is carried and so ordered.
Bill 20, Municipal Affairs Statutes Amendment Act 2024 is now read a second time. Committee of the Whole.
To order, and on the order of business, we have Bill 18, Provincial Priorities Act. Pursuant to Government Motion 37, agreed to earlier today, not more than 1 hour shall be allotted to any further consideration of Bill 18, Provincial Priorities Act in Committee of the Whole. Currently, we are debating Government Amendment A1 on Bill 18. Do we have any other members wishing to make comments or questions? Member for Calgary-Beddington has risen to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a sub-amendment to move, and I have the copies here. Thank you. So, Mr. Chair, I rise today on behalf of the member for Edmonton South to move sub-amendment A1 to Bill 18, Provincial Priorities Act.
Copy at the chair.
Do you want me to, should I wait until they go around, or?
So I don't know, you don't have an original.
Wait.
The sub-amendment is in order. It'll be referred to as SA1, sub-amendment 1.
SA1.
You may
Thank
proceed.
you, Mr. Chair. I rise to move SA1 on behalf of the member for Edmonton South SA1 amends Section 1 of Bill 18 to strike out Clause C, Sub 3 and 4, and also to amend Section 3, Sub A by striking out or provincial entities, and Sub B by adding after Clause F, designating a group as an Indigenous group for the purposes of this Act. So this sub-amendment speaks to some of what are the most problematic sections of this bill. Section 1C sub 9 and Section 3A. These sections really speak to the government's goal to make sure that everyone everywhere can be put under this Act through regulation. So these sections would allow regulations to be made to designate an entity as a provincial entity, even if it's not already captured in this legislation as written. And you know, this bill is already such an incredible overreach with what is written into it. As it is, the bill is already the most far-reaching piece of legislation of its type in the country, but that seems to be not enough for the Premier and for this government. They need to build themselves in a back door in case they miss anyone in this already incredibly broad overreach. So the question that we need to ask ourselves is, where could the power granted in regulations be used? Could it capture grant-receiving nonprofits? Could it capture women's shelters, arts organizations, sports organizations? And the answer is we just don't know, and we won't know until an organization catches the ire of the government of the day. You know, this government is trying to convince Albertans and the members of their own caucus that the intent of this bill is not to silence and control people in this province. And that job is not the job of this legislature. It's not our job to provide tools to control the people of this province. That is why we need to not just protect Indigenous groups, as the government amendment does, we need to protect our constituents from the ability of the government to punish with the stroke of a pen from a closed door cabinet meeting while the government says, trust us, we know what's best for you. Addressing the attack on post-secondaries that we find in this bill, that's another piece of this amendment, and you know, this is the section of the bill that has received the most backlash. The uncertainty for post-secondaries could have long-reaching consequences for an industry that relies on funding from the federal governments for the research that drives innovation. Let's not forget that this government has already cut $500 million from the budgets of post-secondaries over the last 5 years, and now they are literally putting hundreds of millions of dollars of federal research funding at risk. In addition to the risk to funding sources, Bill 18 also puts academic freedom at risk, which has been identified by research chairs, instructors, academics, professors, presidents, both here in Alberta and across the country. Under this command and control government, I do have to wonder, how many academics are going to be willing to stay in Alberta when every other province in the country can offer up the opportunity to freely apply for research grants? Why would academics stay here? We here in the Assembly have the ability to stop this attack on our post-secondaries. All members, especially government caucus members, should ask themselves, what are they willing to lose just to toe the line of the Premier? Are the members from Grand Prairie willing to gamble the viability of local post-secondaries? From Red Deer, are there any members here who are willing to lose their relationships with these important institutions? I just want to sidebar off this a little bit because we were fortunate on this bill too that the bill sponsor spent quite a bit of time walking us through her rationale on Bill 18. And between that and the lengthy press conference, we've been granted a pretty detailed insight into the thought process behind this, which it can't be said for every piece of legislation that we've been speaking about in the House this session. So one thing I noticed was that one of the first lines of argument that was offered up by the bill sponsor was the Constitution. And the bill sponsor waxed poetic for quite some time about the glory days gone by when the Governor-General was able to exercise the powers of reservation. Oh, to go back to the glory days before 1878. Apparently, in the years before 1878, it was common for the Governor-General to intervene to use these powers of reservation and disallowance of federal legislation. It was a little bit weird for me, I'm going to be honest, to wax poetic about a time when we were a British colony and the Crown would intervene in the legislature, but okay. But you know what? It's not 1870 anymore. It's 2023, and here in 2023, we operate under 2024. It's a good thing you don't have to write checks anymore, right?
Right.
It is 2024. The same was true in 2023 as was true in 2024, though, which is that we operate under a system now of cooperative federalism. And I know that the bill sponsor knows this because she does mention it, but I'll give a little quick overview of the concept for anyone who isn't familiar with this idea, and because I found a great article on the Center for Constitutional Studies that has a really great summary of cooperative federalism, which is a concept of federalism based on the federal and provincial governments working together to achieve mutual goals. The division of powers outlined in Section 91 and 92 of the Constitution Act limit what each level of government has the authority to do. Sure. Although the Constitution sets out what each level of government has the exclusive powers to do in practice, there is significant overlap between the federal and provincial areas of control, such as healthcare. Courts have developed the idea of cooperative federalism into a legal principle to reject strict approaches to interpreting the division of powers. Cooperative federalism reflects the realities in society that often require the federal and provincial governments to establish coordinated efforts. The more flexible approach to interpreting the division of powers makes it easier for collaboration between governments. And I will table this article tomorrow so that the Premier and the members opposite can maybe get a refresher on what can be done when we work under a system of cooperative federalism. I want to close out on this by saying something that I often say to my children, which is that cooperation is a two-way street, and collaboration is only possible when every party comes to the table in good faith. To be fair, when I say it to my kids, it is more like, look, kiddo, I get that you want to use your sister's Posca pens, but do you remember last week when she wanted to borrow your Pokemon Strike Fusion Battle Deck and you didn't let her do it? You reap what you sow, kiddo. You need to work together. Yeah, go Pokemon. I don't think that anything that this government has done shows a commitment to collaboration in good faith, which is a shame. It's all posturing and very little focus on getting the outcomes that Albertans want to see. I know that fighting with the federal government is popular, but it is not about the fight. It is about the outcomes. It is getting better outcomes for Albertans. When I was speaking about the lost revenue for post-secondaries, which is a big piece as a part of this bill, that risk of losing those hundreds of millions of dollars of research grant money, I have the same kind of concerns about how the province is going to insert themselves in funding agreements between the municipal and federal governments, about how additional dollars that are currently flowing into Alberta could be stopped by that. I'm concerned in particular about a stream of funding that flows directly from the federal government to the municipal government in Calgary. I'm concerned about $150,000 that came to Calgary to support, the $150,000 was actually for Alberta in total. That was for 3 active mode transportation projects in Alberta. That was an investment by Canada's National Active Transportation Strategy. And that's work that supports the planning and engagement activities that will help expand the network of pathways, bike lanes, trails, pedestrian bridges. I know. I'm concerned about the $1.3 million that flowed to Calgary to support active modes infrastructure in the community of Dover. I'm concerned about the $4.9 million in funding for active transportation infrastructure in Calgary's Beltline. Why am I concerned? Well, because I have lived in Calgary long enough to know how Conservatives feel about active modes transportation. Just the word bike lane is odious to them. Weird, I know, because as infrastructure, active modes is cheaper to build and cheaper to maintain. Repairs and maintenance to pathways and bike lanes will run you around $180 per kilometre. Compare that to about $1,300 per kilometre for asphalt roadway maintenance. We also know that the increased use of active modes transportation has a wide range of health benefits, including decreased risk for type 2 diabetes, heart attack, stroke, dementia, heart failure. Physical inactivity is the fourth most important risk factor for premature mortality in the European Union, and the picture is not any rosier here in Canada. So we know that physical inactivity impacts both physical and mental health and well-being and is considered a primary risk factor for obesity. We also know that less than half of the Canadian population participates in the minimal amount of leisure time physical activity required to obtain the health benefits of a physically active lifestyle. Active modes infrastructure more than pays for itself in what it saves our healthcare system. It's also a program that would fall squarely under the jurisdiction of municipalities. Active modes is a municipal priority, not a provincial priority. So why shouldn't our municipal governments be able to scoop up any dollars available to them to fund that priority? Why on earth would we risk involving the ideology of the provincial government of the day in this process? The risk of missing out on this funding just so we can own the libs on bike lanes is far too high. That was a rather long sidebar, Mr. Chair. I'm going to come back to the substance of the amendment here, which is to address the attack on our post-secondaries, because the reality is that to move forward, to grow the economy, to ensure that Alberta has the tools we need to be the very best we can be, we need to attract the best and brightest. And that is not going to happen if our public institutions, our academics, our researchers believe that the government will oversee, police, and determine what can be researched, how it can be researched, and where. These researchers have to want to come here, and we cannot compel them to stay if they feel we have lost faith in them. The members of this Assembly, particularly the members of Government Caucus, have the ability to hamper the far-reaching entitlement-based power grab that is Bill 18 by supporting this sub-amendment, and I encourage all members in the House to do so. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Edmonton McClung. Member for Edmonton McClung has risen to speak to sub-amendment A1. That's A1. Okay. Member for Edmonton or Calgary Fish Creek has risen.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As a proud Canadian, I wish to speak in support of Bill 18. It seems to me that members opposite do not understand the Canadian Constitution or the purpose and principle behind Canadian federalism, which is the bedrock for what our country was created and how it's supposed to be governed. And it can exaggerate and misrepresent the intent of the bill by attacking issues that have nothing to do with the bill, like spending on different government areas, which is a separate issue in terms of how our Alberta government funds different programs, and has nothing to do with the bill. Now, I understand that many people don't normally spend a lot of time thinking about things like the nature of our Constitution or Canadian federalism and the principles behind why Canada, like many other countries, is created the way they are. And so perhaps it would be useful to provide a little bit of background. As somebody with a little bit of gray hair, I happen to be a political science student, an undergraduate at the University of Calgary, in the middle of the constitutional battles in 1982. And so, as you can imagine, to be in that position at that time, there was a lot of conversation, a lot of discussion within the faculty, within the university, and in Alberta generally about Alberta's place in Canada and some of the problems and reasons that gave rise to some of the issues that were being discussed and battled about in those constitutional discussions. I would also add that a lot of my perspective came from the fact that in my last year of political science, I took a Canadian federalism course, seminar course, taught by a gentleman named Peter Lougheed. And so I got the opportunity to spend a semester to hear his perspective as the man who was sitting at the table when we did the constitutional battle. And that was augmented by the fact that upon my graduation, I worked for a gentleman who was the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs at that time, who was then the Minister of Provincial Treasurer but spent 4 years as Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs and a large part of the discussion that took place around that table. Why do we have a federal system of government? Why is every large country on this planet, other than China, say the top 7, 8 geographic countries, have a federal government? It recognizes that to have a stable country in a far-flung area, especially when you have a certain majority of the population centered in one particular part of the country, and the regions outside the country cannot impact or can have influence the elections of federal government, you need to have a way to make sure that the regional representations are addressed. In Canada, or many countries, this is achieved by limits on the government power and sometimes things like a Senate, like you would see in the United States, where they will assign each state equal power no matter what its population and a certain area of jurisdictions within those states, but a Senate that represents those states. As we all know here in Canada, our Senate is dysfunctional, doesn't do anything, has no power, is appointed by, in some cases, historically, by a federal government that is controlled by Central Canadians. So this underlines the importance that if you don't have an effective Senate, and you will not have an effective Senate, the other solution is to divide the responsibilities and jurisdictions for those areas that are most relevant to regions where the decisions can be made by people closer to the decision and impact on those decisions. And our Constitution has been historically very clear that natural resources, for example, was the responsibility of a provincial government. But we also seen that there has been other things that impact in the nature of Canada and the nature of division of responsibilities that the federal government can impose itself in those areas of provincial jurisdictions when they have certain jurisdictional issues that impact some of those things that are provincial jurisdictions, or, importantly, the power of the purse, because the federal government has the ability to tax and to spend. And we know, and we've seen historically what that has done. Alberta contributes more money on a per capita basis to Confederation and has for the last 50 years, yet receives less spending per capita than in other parts of the country. So we have a transfer of wealth from Alberta. Who's intervening? Yes, intervention? Not in committee, sorry. All right. So the division of the jurisdiction is not a perfect thing, and there are other things that can impact on that. Now, the 1982 constitutional amendments and the changes that happened by bringing the Constitution home fix this problem. And I would say that not, and any legal expert in the nature of Canada and federalism, including the previous minister, or previous Premier Lougheed, and the previous Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs, and Roger Gibbons, who was President Emeritus of Political Science, University of Calgary, and head of the Canada West Foundation, would recognize, as do all academics recognize, that regional alienation and the inability for Alberta or Western provinces generally, including the prairie provinces, their ability to protect their own areas of jurisdiction and deal with alienation issues was not solved. In fact, as Roger Gibbons would say, unquestionably the most serious shortcoming of the Constitution Act for Western Canadians is its failure to address the long-standing problem of regional representation within institutions. Fundamental institutional reforms, including those of the Senate, the electoral system, were not tackled, in fact impeded by the Act in the future. Nothing was done to enhance the effectiveness of members of Parliament as regional representatives, to undercut the Premier's monopoly as a regional spokesman in national politics, to encourage provincial champions, etc. So there's still an issue. There's still a problem that was not resolved. Currently, less than 6% of the federal members of Parliament in Alberta belong to the Liberal Party federally. In fact, less than 10% of all members of Parliament in the prairie provinces belong to the Liberal Party in Canada. So what does this mean? Is that effectively Albertans and prairie province have shown that they do not agree with the direction and the tone of what the federal government has been doing. And I would argue that if there's an election held today, those numbers would even be less. So how do you protect yourself against a jurisdiction controlled and decided by powers in central Canada that have no understanding of the issues or the realities that we have here, that tries to impose an agenda on us that we don't want? Well, what we have to do is to reinforce those areas in our jurisdiction that we can control. And nobody here is going to debate and argue that the areas that are outlined in this legislation are areas that are controlled and are part of the jurisdiction of Albertans. They're financed by Albertans through tax dollars, and they are there for the purposes of the Alberta residents.
Hear, hear.
And so when you have a federal government that's using its power of the purse to intervene and promote policies that are in direct contradiction to the policies of the elected government representing the people of Alberta, the only mechanism that is effective in our Constitution to protect the interests of our region, what is the problem? Are you suggesting that we should not use a full authority that we have under our Constitution to represent the interests of Albertans against a federal government that is promoting policies that are in contradiction to the interests of Albertans and to the policies of the Alberta government? Because that's what you're saying. The reason that we can pass this legislation and that it will have an effect is because we have jurisdiction over these issues. What we're doing is just being explicit by the fact that from now on, we're not going to allow the Alberta federal government to spend money on areas that conflict or contradict provincial policy. Now, I've seen a lot of scaremongering about some things that are not going to be funded or potentially could not be funded by this. That's crazy. Most things, 99% of the elements that are being funded, where we receive federal funding for things, are not going to be issues that are going to be a problem. But there are going to be some key areas, and there has been some key areas, and this was discussed when the Premier introduced his bill, is some of those areas where these problems exist. And so, as a representative of the people of Alberta, as a representative of the constituency that I represent, I'm going to support this Alberta government to have the authority and have the tools at its disposal to protect the interests of that. Again, so federalism. Why do we have federalism? I talked about it earlier. Many countries have federalism. The United States has a federal system where its states have areas of jurisdiction and different countries around the world change and vary. But what is consistent is all large countries, except China, have a federal system of government because it reflects the reality that there needs to be regional representation and protection for those regions outside the majority population areas. In academic terms, this problem is called a tyranny of the majority. It's not meant to be polemic or this or to cause concerns, but it's a reality that a large population, the majority of the population is located in one small part of the country or one portion of the country. Who protects the interests of the other parts of the region that have totally different? And as somebody who has lived in Ontario a couple of times, did my master's degree in Ontario, if anything, have represented this province in intergovernmental meetings in this country, there's one thing that's clear to me is that people in central Canada have no idea, or very few of them have any idea of what's in the best interest and what Albertans need, or the implications, the consequences of some of the policies that the federal government is promoting. And it's not surprising. I don't criticize them for that. I probably know very little about the auto industry in southern Ontario as well. And frankly, the cultural issues and languages in Quebec are not important to me, so I don't spend a lot of time on it. But this is the reality, and this is why you need to have those federal authorities, the regional authorities, to protect the interests of areas, because these are, for those matters that are important to people in those regions. Well, Bill 69. What are we facing against? Right? The NDP did not protect the interests of Alberta when they were in government last time. I didn't see the NDP fighting against Bill 69, which we now know clearly violated the constitutional authority of the province of Alberta. And they sat there and negotiated. Is that the cooperative federalism that you're talking about? How many hundreds of thousands of jobs did that impact Albertans? Right? So it took years for the Supreme Court to finally come to that conclusion, which it did. And then the federal minister says, well, I don't care about what the Supreme Court does. I'm just going to reword things and keep the spirit of what they intended, and we're going to try to circumvent the principles of our own Constitution and try to pose it down our throat. And the NDP sit on the other side of the House and say, that's okay, even though you represent less than 6% of the seats in this province and are posing something on us. You didn't do it in 2015, 2019 when Bill 69 came forward. We saw cancellations of pipelines that you acquiesced to. This government's not going to do that. And so when we have the federal government, can you imagine the federal government imposing its will on the province of Quebec in areas of language and culture? No. It would never happen because they have a number of seats that matter. And we know who the next federal government's going to be by the time the vote gets to Manitoba border. Could you imagine a unilateral federal tax on the high electricity industry in Quebec? Or tying conditions on housing funding for Montreal by putting in a provision that they prohibit the use of hydroelectricity or something like that? No. It would never happen. And we know that would never happen because of the reality of the population and how the federal government is operating. Can you imagine a production cap on Ontario mining sector or the auto industry? No. It would never happen. And we know it would never happen there. Sorry?
Official opposition, Deputy House.
Thank you, Chair. 23B. I think we are under time allocation, and member continues to refer to things that have nothing to do with the bill, the amendment that's before the House. It's just complete waste of limited time that we have because of time allocation. So I would urge the members
if they really want to speak that much, they should oppose time allocation motion. So,
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Wide berth of latitude has been given to members in committee of the whole as they make their points. I don't believe this is a point of order, though I do understand we are in time allocated committee of the whole, so I'll sit down. I don't believe it's a point of order, and let the member continue his remarks.
Yeah, I don't believe it's a point of order, but I do encourage members to use the time wisely and
Thank you.
to.
As I was saying, you would never expect or even dream that the federal government would do something like that to other parts of the country, to other provinces.
Very bad.
And so therefore we have to protect the provincial jurisdiction because it's the only real tool that we have. And we have to protect ourselves from the imposition of policies that would aim to not only destroy our economy as the federal government did with the National Energy Program, and that's a problem perhaps, is that people don't remember, younger people in this House will not remember what happened in the late 1970s and early 1980s with the National Energy Program.
Yeah.
Families destroyed, businesses destroyed, convoys of equipment moving south of the border. Why? Because the federal government and the people and the elites in Ontario and Quebec wanted they wanted more of our natural resource wealth. And now they're trying to propose a number of policies that are going to restrict and restrain us. So what? So that China can have the freedom to put as much CO2 in the air as they want? Is that the rationale? Is the argument? Explain to me on a global basis how any of their policies that the federal government has been following reduces any amount of CO2 emissions. Does anybody ever hear that somebody could not find any oil in the world today because we've restricted the amount of oil that Canada is producing by pipeline restrictions and limitations? Of course not. And so who's looking out for the best interests of Albertans? It's not the federal government, not this federal government. And it's unfortunate because it is possible to work cooperatively, and we have. Even Prime Minister Chrétien, we did not have the same issues. It's not that it's a Liberal government issue. It's because it appears to be a Trudeau issue. When those times come, when certain people think that they should be the dictator of this country and impose their will on our areas of jurisdiction, we have to stand up. So Bill 18 becomes necessary because we need these tools to fight back against the power of the purse, federal government using our own money to promote policies that are contrary to our interests. Not only do they take more of our money around taxes, you know who's going to be paying most of the higher proportion of the debt repayment? It's going to be Albertans as well. And we do that to allow them to send money to our province, less than the rest of the country, by the way.
Any other members? Order. The member from Edmonton McClung, we are on sub-amendment SA1.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm pleased to rise and speak to the sub-amendment to Bill 18. And note that we are here at almost 5:30 on a Wednesday afternoon in the chamber debating a sub-amendment to a bill that the government has brought in, which they chose to amend themselves because they forgot to include Indigenous people in it once again. But we're in this chamber at about 5:30 when a lot of folks are getting home from the work and they're talking to their spouses and saying, dear, whether it's the man or the woman talking to their respective spouse, I got here on time just like you wanted, and we're here to have a good conversation before supper, and let's get into it and let's talk about the Constitution. That's what Albertans are talking about right now. That's the supper hour conversation, Mr. Chair, that people are actually wanting to have right now. They're getting home early at 5:30 on a Thursday afternoon, turning on cable channel to the Assembly TV channel or turning on their computer and saying, no, let's get into a constitutional debate. That's what they're talking about. According to the government, that's what's interesting to the people of this province, but it doesn't really seem that way to me, Mr. Chair. I think that there's other conversations that are going on at those supper table conversations that don't have anything to do with the conversations that were going on from the government side of the House here. We're in this chamber at a time when food bank use is skyrocketing, where the numbers of homeless people are growing and going through the roof, where we had a government who did a scoop of people off of encampments that were basically a community group of self-preservation, and they are now individuals camped out throughout the streets on their own. They saw no reason to preserve those dignities of those individuals, and now they're basically on their own. The number of drug poisonings and overdose deaths are on the rise, and they're at an all-time high now. But, Mr. Chair, let's assume that the people want to talk about the Constitution, because that's what's uppermost in their mind. They want to have a debate about the division of powers between governments in this country. Schools are underfunded, overcrowded, and understaffed. Yet, no, let's talk about the Constitution, Mr. Chair. Nurses, LPNs, other healthcare workers are burned out working overtime or double shifts. And I know that, Mr. Speaker, because I've had family members recently in hospital and for extended periods of time, and there were numbers of nurses working 16-hour shifts. It was a shocking experience. Over 40% of Alberta highways are chronically rated in poor or fair condition, Mr. Chair. No, let's not worry about that, though. Let's talk about the Constitution and the division of powers, because that's what Albertans are really interested in right now. Seniors are stuck in acute care beds because there's a severe shortage of long-term care spaces, Mr. Chair. Let's talk about that maybe, but no, the government is intent on talking about how the federal government is pushing them around, and they're going to fight back. Well, tell you what, Albertans are expecting a different fight to happen. They want them fighting for their very livelihoods in this province right now. They want to see if there is economic growth, that the government supports it rather than stick a spoke in the wheels of things like economic growth in the renewables section, where we had a seven-month halt on the growth of renewables. That's not the kind of thing that we expect in this province, Mr. Chair. We got the lowest wage growth in the country.
Shame.
But no, let's talk about the Constitution and the separation of powers and how the federal government's given us a raw deal. Instead of working together and finding out really what collaborative and cooperative federalism is all about, let's pick a fight with Ottawa, and that's what's going to get us the result that we want. No, we've got the lowest minimum wage in the country, practically, Mr. Speaker. One other province lower than ours. It's with $15 an hour. It costs well over $20 an hour in order to survive a modest way of life for a family of 4 people. We have a great fear of repeating last year's wildfire disasters, and we don't feel that we're prepared for it. On this side of the House, we're certain that we're not prepared for it, and we're not certainly prepared to address the climate change adaptations that we need to address in this province. But no, let's talk about the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, because that's what Albertans at 5:30 on the Thursday afternoon are driving home to talk with each other about over supper, the Constitution. Well, I'll tell you what, I'm not sure what twilight zone the government is living in, but it certainly is not the world that most Albertans are living in. Most Albertans are living in a world where they are concerned about being able to find enough money to buy groceries to put a lunch on the table for their kids as they go to school the next day. I can't fathom, Mr. Chair, why in the world this government sees fit to focus on their own sense of entitlement, why they're so obsessed with their own need for power that they see it necessary to bring in this bill amongst others this session so that they can coalesce power unto themselves. In a world where governments are asked to be leaders in getting people through hard economic times, and getting those who are least able to support themselves the opportunity to live with some modicum of dignity, Albertans are expecting much more of their government, Mr. Chair. They are yet now, though, looking to wake up one morning and find themselves in an autocracy. And it doesn't happen necessarily overnight unless you go through a revolution. But we have what happens to be here a creeping autocracy. Is it something that you wake up and realize overnight, or are Albertans trying to realize exactly what's happening, and are they feeling that the UCP have reached a full gallop, that this government is doing everything they can to preserve their own grasp on power, because they were so full of shock that an NDP government actually got formed and darn near did it again in the next election. And my goodness, they are going to make sure that they do everything possible to make sure that nobody but the Conservative Party in this province could form a government. And this is the type of legislation, Mr. Chair, that we see that they're using to enable themselves to garner power unto themselves and nobody else. So I can only imagine what small town governments in this province are thinking. And we've heard them loud and clear, Mr. Chair, talking about the draconian measures that are being brought forward by this government to provide a wall between them and the federal government in particular with this Bill 18, by which they must screen everything that is transacted between themselves and the federal government. I can imagine my late grandmother on village council in Thorhill, what she would have said, Mr. Chair, had she heard this government, this Conservative government, one that she would have probably supported had it been actually a government that she recognized in her days. But I can only imagine what she would have said on village council if indeed the provincial government told her that no, you cannot accept federal money to take to transfer your water supply from a well system over to a City of Edmonton water supply. Federal money is involved in that. But nope, you can't do that because we don't approve. You have to have that agreement go through us. I mean, she would know the language to use, Mr. Chair. I only heard her say those things very, very limited ways. But I mean, for a woman who rode a one-eyed pony for 2 days, Mr. Chair, to get into the Edmonton exhibition in about 1918 or 1919, who won a couple of ribbons after riding that horse for 2 days, for a woman to be told, after having become a councillor, a village councillor in a small town in Alberta, that no, she had to go through and have her agreements filtered by the federal government, the provincial government was going to step in and say you couldn't do that. I could not imagine the language she would be using during that debate, Mr. Chair. It would be something that you would be amazed to hear. So, Mr. Chair, this obsession with garnering power unto themselves, this whole bill reeks of entitlement, as do all the remaining pieces of legislation this government is bringing forward. And Albertans are not at the supper table talking about the Constitution or talking about the division of powers. They're talking about how to survive until next week, Mr. Chair. And it's time this government recognized that's what the issue is concerning Albertans.
Yes.
The member for Sherwood Park is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That is a tough act to follow. But I do want to just thank the member for bringing up a really important point that is why we brought in this sub-amendment. And we are all treaty people, Mr. Chair. And it is a powerful statement, and it's an important statement we should repeat every day and remind ourselves of how we're here and why we're here. And when our government has these chaotic ideas and they just say, oh, you know what, I don't like some legislation coming in from the federal government. I don't like some funding coming in from the federal government. I don't like the federal government. When they have these ideas and they say, you know what, we're going to get in the way, we're going to throw in a firewall.
Did they consult with our treaty partners? Because we are all treaty people in this province, and that is first and foremost, and why this sub-amendment is so important to bring forward. And I think all members of the House will easily support it. It is associated and tied to a bill, Bill 18, which is a chaotic bill. It is a challenging bill to get behind and support. And I think we're often seeing with the UCP, they're trying to solve simple problems with heavy-handed changes to legislation, heavy-handed changes to our traditions of democracy and to our freedom in this province. Maybe we think of back to Bill 8. Maybe it's bills that end with 8. But back to Bill 8, that maybe the Premier thought it was dumb that she was restricted from attending and visiting suites at the Stampede. There was a time limitation on that, kind of impractical. So, you know what? Why are there gift limits on MLAs? Why are there limits on the gifts that we can receive? Let's just get rid of that. Let's get rid of all restrictions, because there was a slight inconvenience in operating as an MLA. Heavy-handed legislation just so that we can attend hockey games.
Go Flames.
Go Oilers. Go Oilers. Yeah. Get on the bandwagon. It's really important. Maybe this UCP government did not want to fund affordable housing. Maybe it came up as there was some money from the federal government to help deal with our affordability crisis, our housing crisis in this country. Let's build some affordable housing. And they said, you know what, we don't want to build it to a green standard. We know we've set a policy commitment to be net zero, carbon neutral by 2050, but you can't tell us that we got to build energy efficient houses. So why don't we put in some legislation that says you can't give us any money. You can't give anybody in the province any money without our say-so. Because, someone checked the notes. We've got jurisdiction. It's like, well, I won't get into some analogies. That's not a good situation. But it's a hard way to govern when you're like, there's a small problem you're trying to solve, and you solve it with authoritarian, heavy-handed legislation. And then they modeled it after Quebec. And I guess the question I've been wanting to ask this House, what is the cost of modeling this after Quebec? Because I'm trying to determine where the benefits are of having legislation that is modeled after Quebec. And it keeps on being brought up with university research funding. Quebec gets the third largest amount of research funding for universities in this country. They have the third amount. This legislation must be working well for Quebec. And then we all look at the books. They have the second most number of people in the country, and not by a little bit, by a long shot. They are a highly populated population, and they're getting less funding per capita now that they've got legislation that shields them from the federal government. I'm trying to figure out where the benefits are going to come from. I've talked to municipalities. The Rural Municipal Association decided to bring in a group of municipal leaders from Quebec on May 18th, another use of the word 18, and find out, is it better? No, it's not better. They're terrified. They have so much blue tape they have to go through. In order to get funding from the federal government, it has created a level of bureaucracy in Quebec that makes municipal leaders frustrated to no end. And so they're trying to wonder why are things going to be better here now if we have some more blue tape in. So municipalities do not think they're better off. And we have this approach with municipalities that, the members over here often talk about how the municipalities are the children of the province. It is such a condescending statement to make. Cities and municipalities were here before the province, and they stand alone and stand up. And I will just talk about my own municipality of Strathcona County. Can you guess how much funding they receive from the provincial government for their annual budget? How much is their revenue? Let's just know the percentage. Are we talking about 100% of their money coming from the provincial government?
No.
Is it 0%?
No.
Somewhere in between. Would you guess what it is? 3%. They're getting $12 million of their annual budgets coming from the province. And most of the time right now the councillors are going, what is the point? Like, where is the province? Why aren't they stepping up? They're not stepping up, they're just stepping in. And that's what the mayor of the city of Edmonton said last week. Great line. You're stepping in. And the mayor was great to identify some projects that would not have happened or would have happened on such an arduous, slow process if the provincial government was involved. And they were good projects to identify. The NATE Innovation and Productivity Center would not have been built if it wasn't for the federal government. The provincial government did not step up. At the University of Alberta, the National Institute of Nanotechnology, federal funding would not have even been on the radar screen of a provincial government. But the federal government stepped up, and nanotechnology is something that we're proud to lead of in this province. The investment in Fort Edmonton Park's Indigenous Peoples Experience. Thank you, federal government. How much did the province step in with? Right? And then a large infrastructure project like the Yellowhead expansion. Federal government stepped up. And the provincial government has not stepped up and dragged their feet on that and delayed it for a long time till they finally put in a percentage of funding that is probably akin to what Strathcona County gets from the provincial government. They are insistent on more blue tape. And what is most infuriating about Bill 18 and some of this other trifecta of bad bills is the idea that operationally there will be no additional cost to the provincial government to add these additional oversights. It's miracle thinking. It's magical miracle thinking. I think when I've dug more into research funding and learned about the Tri-Council funding that goes to researchers of universities, the important thing I've learned is it's not universities that are getting that funding, it's researchers. And the universities, the researchers are just administrators of that funding.
Correct.
And those researchers, they have mobility. They can move. They can go other places. And that funding, if it is interfered with by a provincial government, there is going to be an exodus of people that leave. And I'm very terrified of it. So this chaotic thinking is leading us down a road with heavy-handed legislation. And I just want to say, when I go to my constituents, when the government says they're going to introduce oversight over the government with this magical thinking that they're not going to be adding bureaucracy, my constituents in Strathcona County and Sherwood Park, we say one thing: that dog don't hunt.
Any other members? The member for Edmonton Gold Bar has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, just out of curiosity, how much time is remaining?
5 minutes.
5 minutes. Excellent. All of the good stuff will be in the first minute, and then the rest of the time will be probably wasted. But I will give my best to speak to the amendment, the sub-amendment that was introduced from on behalf of the member from Edmonton South, from my friend from Calgary Beddington. And I do support this sub-amendment, Mr. Chair. It's important that we adequately understand who is defined as an Indigenous group and who is not defined as an Indigenous group when it comes to when it comes to clarifying their role vis-a-vis the federal government under this Act. But one of the primary concerns that I have with this sub-amendment is that it doesn't address this issue of university research funding, which my friend from Sherwood Park was talking about in his statements. And I've certainly heard from my constituents a lot of concern about the province inserting itself in between the federal research granting authorities and the universities when it comes to doling out research grants. You know, we know that NSERC and SHRC and the Canadian Health Research grants are administered by bodies of experts who are not politicians, and they weigh the merits of the research proposals that are submitted to them and award them accordingly. It's not generally based on political ideology or political preferences. It's based on the merit of the research proposals that are submitted in any given year. And for the province to insert itself and say, we think that we need to change that because we're concerned that maybe there isn't enough research into the truth behind vaccines, for example, or whether or not cancer is your own fault, or whether or not smoking is good for you. You know, perhaps the benefits of children ingesting ivermectin. Those are the kinds of things that researchers in universities are not spending enough time and money on. The province is going to step in and say, no, federal government, you have to fund those kinds of research projects that we here in the UCP cabinet hold dear, or else we're just going to deny the funding. That's not a way to establish and enhance a credible and world-leading research ecosystem here in Alberta. It's incredibly frustrating to me and to many people that I've been talking to since Bill 18 was introduced that we have yet to see any amendments from the Minister of Advanced Education about carving out post-secondary institutions. She has made that promise several times here in the legislature, and she's intimated to her stakeholders that exemptions for university research funding are coming, but we will not see them. Time on allocation expires in 3 minutes. And we will not be able to, we will not see any amendments to carving out university funding from Bill 18, and that's a real shame. And that just underlines the point that we've seen over and over again from this government since they've been elected, is that we cannot trust a single thing that they say they are going to do. And the Minister of Advanced Education has let the people of Alberta down again, saying that she's going to do one thing and then in practice doing another. My final point, Mr. Chair, is that we often hear about an analogy given to Quebec and how this is the kind of legislation that Quebec has in place and they get more federal funding than Alberta does, and so by bringing in this legislation we're going to bring more federal funding here to the province of Alberta. When it comes to university funding, Mr. Speaker, nothing could be further from the truth, as the UCP is fond of saying. In fact, Bill M30 in Quebec, which is the analogy that the government provides, it specifically carves out university funding from the federal tri-council agencies. But moreover, Mr. Chair, we should not look to the university system in Quebec as a model that we want to follow. The Minister of Advanced Education said the universities in Quebec get the third highest level of funding from the federal government of all the provinces. Well, Mr. Chair, the last time I checked...
The honourable member for Edmonton Gold Bar, but pursuant to government motion number 37 agreed to earlier today, which states that after 1 hour of debate, all questions must be decided to conclude debate on Bill 18, Provincial Priorities Act. I must now put the following questions to conclude debate. All those in favor of sub-amendment SA1, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. That is defeated, and there is a division called. Call in the members. on Sub-Amendment SA1. All those in favor of Sub-Amendment SA1, please rise.
Member Al-Maliki, Honourable Member Ceci, Honourable Mr. Sabir, Mr. Kozowski, Ms. Chapman, Ms. Renault, Member Irwin, Honourable Mr. Egan, Mr. Deal, Member Beaupurai, Mr. Shepherd, Honourable Mr. Schmidt, Ms. Pancholi, Ms. Callahoo Stonehouse, Mr. Dack, Member Loyola.
All those opposed to SA1, please rise.
Honourable Mr. Guthrie, Honourable Mr. Dreeshen, Honourable Mr. Nicolaides, Honourable Ms. Schultz, Honourable Mr. Williams, Honourable Minister LaGrange, Honourable Mr. Horner, Honourable Mr. Scow, Honourable Mr. Ellis, Honourable Mr. Amory, Honourable Mr. Newdorf, Honourable Mr. Lowen, Honourable Mr. Wilson, Honourable Mr. Jean, Honourable Mr. Klubish, Honourable Mr. Nixon, Mr. Long, Mr. Rosewell, Honourable Mr. Turton, Honourable Mr. Yassin, Honourable Mr. McIver, Honourable Ms. Furr, Honourable Mr. Jones, Honourable Mrs. Sani, Mr. Getson, Honourable Mr. Sigurdsson, Honourable Mr. Nally, Mr. Yao, Ms. Pitt, Mr. Sear, Mr. Lunty, Mr. Weeb, Mr. Boychenko, Mr. McDougall, Mr. Wright, Mrs. Petrovic, Mr. Stefan, Mr. Dick, Honourable Ms. Armstrong-Homenuk, Ms. de Jong, Mr. Sinclair, Mr. Bouchard, Mr. Singh, Ms. Lovely, Mrs. Johnson.
Mr. Chair, total for the sub-amendment 17, total against 46.
Sub-Amendment SA1 has been defeated. We now move on to all those in favor of Amendment A1 as proposed by the Honourable Minister of Indigenous Relations. Please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. That is carried. On the remaining clauses of the bill, are you agreed? Agreed. Any opposed? No. That is carried. And a division has been called. Call in the members. Called on the remaining clauses of Bill 18. All those in favor, please rise.
Honourable Mr. Guthrie, Honourable Mr. Dreeshen, Honourable Mr. Nicolaides, Honourable Ms. Schultz, Honourable Mr. Williams, Honourable Minister LaGrange, Honourable Mr. Scow, Honourable Mr. Ellis, Honourable Mr. Amory, Honorable Mr. Newdorf, Honorable Mr. Lowen, Honorable Mr. Wilson, Honorable Mr. Jean, Honorable Mr. Glubish, Honorable Mr. Nixon, Mr. Long, Mr. Rosewell, Honorable Mr. Turton, Honorable Mr. Yassine, Honorable Mr. McIver, Honorable Ms. Furr, Honorable Mr. Jones, Honorable Mrs. Sani, Mr. Getson, Honorable Mr. Sigurdsson, Honorable Mr. Nally, Mr. Yao, Ms. Pitt, Mr. Sear, Mr. Lunty, Mr. Weeb, Mr. Boychenko, Mr. McDougall, Mr. Wright, Mrs. Petrovic, Mr. Stefan, Mr. Dick, Honorable Ms. Armstrong-Hominick, Ms. de Jong, Mr. Sinclair, Mr. Bouchard, Mr. Singh, Ms. Lovely, Mrs. Johnson.
Please rise.
Terry's like, what? Member Emaligi, Honorable Member Cece, Honorable Mr. Sabier, Mr. Kozowski, Ms. Chapman, Ms. Renault, Member Irwin, Mr. Ip, Honorable Mr. Egan, Mr. Deol, Member Boparai, Mr. Shepard, Ms. Pancholi, Ms. Calahoo Stonehouse, Mr. Dack, Member Loyola.
Mr. Chair, total for the clauses 45, total against 16.
That has been carried. On the title and preamble, are you agreed? Agreed. Any opposed? That is carried. Shall the bill be reported? Are you agreed? Agreed. Any opposed? That is carried. Member for Airdrie.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole has had under consideration certain bills. The committee reports the following bill with some amendments. Bill 18. Mr. Speaker, I wish to table copies of all amendments considered by Committee of the Whole on this date for the official records of the Assembly.
Does the Assembly concur in the report? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. So ordered. The Assembly now stands adjourned until tomorrow afternoon at 1:30 p.m.